I I lost track of time, so I just came running over here. All right, let's see. Hello, welcome back. Welcome back. I hope everyone had a good lunch break. I did, but now I'm gotta catch my breath. Hello. I'm too old to be running. Okay, let's see. Okay, I was trying to take advantage of some of the sunshine. So, but I wanted to get some stuff done. So I took my laptop out to the balcony and, oh, goodness gracious. I took my laptop out to the balcony and I was working on some stuff and then looked at my clock and I was like, crap. So I just came running in here. Welcome back. I have been, it made me dizzy. I have been putting some more of the cell phone data. The last thing I had to add from the text from yesterday is Fredo Bang. And so I was adding some of his stuff. And yeah, I was late. So I was sitting on the balcony with my laptop, which is lovely, and just lost track of time. I was adding some of Fredo Bang stuff, and I'm up to the point now where Melly was calling him right after the murders. So I was putting all of those on. I'll finish this because I'm almost done with it. So I'll finish this after court today so that I can get it. We can go over it tomorrow. I'm going to clean it up and try to simplify it as much as possible so that I can put it on Twitter and I'll watermark it first. I learned my lesson the hard way about watermarking. Y'all told me to watermark my stuff. And I learned my lesson the hard way once my stuff started getting stolen. People started saying it was theirs, not giving me credit for all of my hours and hours and hours and hours of work. Goodness gracious. Okay, I think I've caught my breath. So we are now back at it. Let's see. We have medical examiner coming up. I believe it's coming, Mike. I believe it's coming because there's a lot that hasn't come in from the cell phone testimony yet. Keep in mind that all of the cell phone data that she's gone over as of right now is only the stuff that she, like, he's the blood expert. He's not the cell phone expert. He's the gang expert. So all of the stuff that we've heard right now is only the stuff that is like what she thought was relevant as it relates to him being in the gang. We are going to have, y'all, hold on. We gotta look at our friend Bob Mata. Let me move myself. Look at our friend Bob Mata. Everybody say hi, Bob. Look how fancy he looks. You know, it's funny when Bob Mata gets when he comes on with us and hangs out, he's got on like a, t-shirt. Oh, now I'm covering his face. Sorry, Bob Mata. He's got like, t-shirt and his like, hat and just chilling with us. And when he's with them, he is like Fancy Bob.
A lot of violence and there's a lot of bloodshed.
That's him talking. Look at Bob. Hey, Bob. Look at Bob looking dapper. Somebody screenshot that. I'm going to send it to him. Him looking dapper. Our friend. We love our friend. I know this is professional Bob. This is court Bob. But I like our Bob because our Bob doesn't have to be all stuffy and professional. He just hangs out with us and chills with us. He's the coolest. We'll have to have him on sometime soon. Let's see. All right. Business Bob. Yeah. We have our Bob and Business Bob. Let's see. All right. The medical examiner, when she comes in, I need to pull, that reminds me, I need to pull her like a mullet. Business on Law and Crime and party on 13th Juror. All right, let's see. I think we're about to be coming back. The cell phone stuff, though, we got distracted because Dapper Bob was on TV. The cell phone stuff, though, is still, all of that is still going to be coming in. We still have subpoenas from all of the social media stuff. We have everything. So this timeline that I'm starting now is going to get out of hand as time goes on. But it'll be easier for me to add to it as we go than to have to do all of it at once. Yesterday was a lot, but it helped. It helped. Or it helped me anyway. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. I was trying to finish the chart. I stayed up till about 2 a.m. and then I woke up again at 5 this morning to try to finish it. And I completely forgot to do the first to the tailgate. So welcome, Tosh. Sorry I missed it. You get your fancy throne. Let's see. Yeah, I've been hearing that the polls on Law and Crime say not guilty, but I also have seen some of the chat in Law and Crime, and we can do a poll. I think it's, still, I think it's early, obviously, but here, let me do, how about close that? We can do a poll. Their chat is ridiculous for this case. Yes. When I pulled, when I was going through the footage to pull all of these texts, I did it from the Law and Crime one, and so the chat was playing. I don't know how. That ain't a neighborhood I want to be in over there, that chat. All right, let's see. Start a poll. All right, based on what we've seen so far, which direction are you leaning? Okay, I've said this before. I will say it again. The way that I word this while we are still getting the information is not, do you think he's innocent or guilty? It is based on what we've seen so far, because we have not seen everything so far. So based on what we've seen so far, which direction are you leaning? And the reason that I word it like that is because we haven't seen everything yet. Anything could still happen. I try not to, I don't want to make up my mind 100% one way or the other when I haven't seen everything. And I also do an undecided on this because we haven't seen everything, so we can still be undecided. When we do our final one at the end, once we've heard everything, there will be no undecided, because undecided would mean not guilty. So we're going to do, which direction are you leaning? Not guilty, guilty, undecided. Gosh, they just ruin everything over here. It's scaring me. All right, poll is up. Poll is up. We have some of the law and crime refugees in here too. They're calling them the law and crime refugees, the ones who came here after leaving that chat. The problem with that chat is just that, there's not guidelines on how to not be a jerk to other people. So it's not a place I like to hang out. That ain't my neck of the woods. This is, though. Don't tell me you hit the wrong button. I'll ground you. People do it every time. Every single time. Every single time. Every single time. Okay, this is the big thing for me, the critical thinking. So I've noticed that, with some chats, it's nonstop, free Melly, or nonstop, he needs to be put under the jail or whatever. But there's no, this is what I think about this, or this part makes me think this, or anything like that. It's all just wanting to be seen instead of wanting to talk about it. I like discussions, especially with people who don't think the same as me, because I want to understand why you don't think that way. I want to understand other sides of it.
Jury entry.
We are. I love our little group here.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the
What is happening? It's doing it again.
Senate,
Oh, there it goes.
Council, the Assistant State Attorneys, ladies and gentlemen, jury.
What the
I
heck?
trust you all had a nice lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope the state is still on its case in chief. I'm going to ask the Assistant State Attorney to call her next witness, please.
Rebecca McDougall.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You raise your right hand before.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
My name is Rebecca McDougall, MacDougall.
Madam, you're all set? Ready to proceed?
Ms. Turner,
You may.
thank you. Good afternoon, doctor. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well. Can you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, my name is Rebecca McDougall.
And where do you work?
I work at the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office.
Bless her heart.
What is your title at the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office?
I am the Chief Medical Examiner,
How long have you been the chief medical examiner?
right at 2 years.
Okay, so June of 2021?
June of 21, I was interim. July of 2021, it was official.
Okay, with your permission, doctor, if you can do the math, because I'm not good at it, so please don't make me do any more.
2 years.
Okay, thank you. Prior to being the chief medical examiner, what other positions have you held at the Broward Medical Examiner's Office?
So in 2010, I was a fellow,
Can you
which
explain?
is your last year of training before you become a forensic pathologist. From July 1st of 2010 to June 30th of 2011. I stayed at Broward County from July 1st of 2011 until November of 2015 as an associate medical examiner. I went up to Palm Beach County and I was an associate medical examiner in Palm Beach County for 18 months. And I came back to Broward in 2017 and I've been an associate there until June of 2021. So 13 years as a forensic pathologist, 2 years as chief.
So have you worked at any other medical examiner's offices as well on a temporary basis?
Yes, so when I was an associate medical examiner, I did locum tenens, so you go for a long weekend and help in other districts in Florida that are short-staffed. So I did that in Volusia County, and I did it in Pinellas, Pasco County.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what does a forensic pathologist do?
I can. We are charged with determining cause and manner of death in cases that come under the jurisdiction of our office based on Florida statute and administrative code.
And what is the jurisdiction of the office that you currently work for as the chief medical examiner?
District 17, Broward County.
You mentioned that you determine cause and manner of death. What does that mean?
That's correct. So cause of death is the initiating event that leads to death. Okay, if someone has cystic fibrosis, diabetes mellitus, if somebody falls off a ladder and gets a brain bleed, if someone's in a motor vehicle accident and they pass away,
So that would be cause.
that's cause.
So what is a manner of death?
So manner of death, there are 5. Okay, there's natural, cystic fibrosis, diabetes, heart disease, accident, you fall off that ladder and you get a brain bleed, motor vehicle collision, suicide, which is when a person takes their own life, so at their own hands, homicide, which to the forensic pathologist is death at the hands of another. And sometimes, no matter how many medical records we review, how many tests we do at the autopsy, we do not have a clear cause or manner of death. And in those cases, they're best classified as undetermined.
And in terms of how do you do that, determining cause and manner of death?
You do an autopsy.
Could you define that for the
I
jury?
can, so means to look within. So it's an examination after somebody passes away to determine what caused their death. So you examine all the organs, any injuries they might have, medical records if they're available, if they're needed. We can do toxicology testing, we can do microbiology testing, so cultures, viral, bacterial. Sometimes we do genetics. Just depends on the circumstances surrounding the death, decides which path we take on what tests need to be done at the time of the autopsy.
Okay, so doctor, tell us a little bit about what training and education you had to become the chief medical examiner for Broward County.
So I did my undergraduate degree in biology at the University of Texas. I went to medical school, which is another 4 years, at the Health Science Center in Houston, Texas. That was also University of Texas. I did a 4-year anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Texas Tech University in Lubbock, Texas, and then finished it with my 1-year fellowship in Broward County.
And in terms of exposure to cadavers or dead bodies during your medical school years, how often do you deal with that?
So the first 18 weeks of medical school is gross anatomy. So back when I was there, we still worked with cadavers. So we had 4 people on one body that we, did all of our own dissections.
Okay, you also talked about your 4 years in anatomic and clinical residency.
Correct.
And what would you do during that?
Well, for that you do everything, right? In Lubbock, we were lucky that I actually got to do 6 months of forensics. So I got to spend 6 months at the medical examiner's office in Lubbock. But we also learned clinical pathology, which is how the labs work. Blood bank, hematology, all of the clinical chemistry. And then anatomic pathology is basically the study of disease and in a hospital setting. So any appendix, any uterus, any prostate, any cancer, all come to you in the pathology lab at the hospital, and you then diagnose and stage the cancers or the appendicitis or fallopian tubes. Anything that comes out of an operating room travels through the pathology department at that hospital.
And did you work as a pathology assistant as well?
I did.
And what did that entail?
So during my residency, so it's called grossing in pathology specimens at the private hospital in Lubbock.
Do you teach in the areas of forensic pathology?
We do.
And what have you taught them?
So we have, public defender attorneys, we have state attorneys, we have private attorneys, law enforcement, medical students, EMTs, nurses, nurse practitioners all will come through our office. For COVID, they didn't, but we're starting that up again. So they can learn about disease, the natural disease process, and also, autopsies.
Do you participate in any boards or panels such as the Child Death Review in Broward County?
I do the Child Death Review, which meets once a month, and we talk about children that have died in Broward County. I do the Opioid Death Review once a month, where we talk about the drug overdoses that are occurring in Broward County. I do 3 separate trauma meetings. Broward County has 3 trauma hospitals. Once a month, they have their separate hospital meeting, and then a 4th meeting once a month with everybody together to talk about trauma cases and people that passed away in Broward County due to trauma.
So in terms of the amount of time that you spend in the morgue actually doing autopsies now, what percentage of your daily work is that?
So I work every holiday so that my docs can have long weekends and holidays. And then if we're especially busy in the morgue, I will pop in and do a case or 2.
Okay, so prior to becoming the chief medical examiner, what percentage of your work was actually performing autopsies?
I work 23 days a month. We're usually on service 6 days a month. Where we do probably 5 autopsies every time we're on service, plus whatever external examinations. We don't have to autopsy every person that comes to the medical examiner's office. Sometimes they come, especially in the fall and the winter, our snowbirds, usually have a very well documented medical history. But if they die in Broward County without a physician in Broward County as their primary care doctor, then they have to come to our office so somebody can sign their death certificate. If you die in Broward County, your death certificate has to be signed by someone that's licensed to practice medicine in the state of Florida. So if they come from New York with 6 months worth of medicines and they're primary care docs in New York, because that's where they live half the year, then they have to come through our office. We make sure there's no trauma. And then we can review medical records and just do an external examination on those people.
So are you a medical doctor?
I am.
And in what states are you licensed?
I am licensed in Florida, Texas, Mississippi, and New Jersey.
Are you certified in anatomic pathology?
I am.
And what year did you obtain that certification?
2013.
Okay. Are you certified in forensic pathology?
I am.
And what year did you obtain that certification?
2014.
And what licensing or board issues that certification?
The American Board of Pathology.
And what do you have to do to show proficiency to obtain that certification?
Study really hard and take a really hard test. And then every year, actually now, so you used to have, if you got boarded after 2006, every 10 years you would have to take another board exam. Now, a year ago, they decided that we could just answer 15 questions every 3 months. And as long as we maintained a certain percentage on those questions, then we would not have to take that oral test again.
Okay, so Dr. McDougall, with regards to the number of autopsies that you have performed during your career, where are you at currently?
Over 3,000.
Have you had the opportunity to come to court before to testify as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
I have
How many times?
over 100.
And what jurisdiction?
Palm Beach County and Broward County.
You're at this time of tenure to counsel for Blood Dyer in the area of expertise.
I have no questions.
Proceed, counsel. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so you mentioned earlier that there's a definition as to homicide for a forensic pathologist.
That's correct.
Does that mean murder?
Death at the hands of another, to me. Help me.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to become involved in an investigation under the Broward Medical Examiner's Office, case number 2018-3118?
I did.
What was your involvement?
So I was the medical examiner on service that day. So this case came in at like 4:45 in the morning, I believe, 5 o'clock in the morning. So it becomes my case, because anything before 7 a.m. is mine. There was a double homicide. Broward County Medical Examiner's Office has a fellowship program. I was one of the fellows. And so I took one of the cases, and our fellow Dr. Sauter took the other case, the companion case in this case. So I did the autopsy on Mr. Williams.
So
Objection.
Suggestion.
Identity.
Thank you. Objection, no, go, we'll proceed.
Okay, so you said you performed the autopsy on an individual who later became known to as Anthony Williams.
That's correct.
So you talked about the fellowship and that you said it was the last year of training.
That's correct.
In terms of what is your role in supervising the fellow?
So there are 5 associate medical examiners in my office and 1 deputy chief medical examiner. So when the fellow is on service with you, it is your responsibility to be there. July and August, you're real close, right? Because they're just starting. They've done probably 50 autopsies in the residency. So the first month or 2, you're right there by them. But as they graduate and show you that they're competent, that they know what they're doing, then they will do their autopsies and come to you if they have any questions. You're also responsible for reviewing their report before it's signed out.
Okay. So in this case, with regards to the autopsy of Anthony Williams, were there photographs that were taken?
There were.
Would those photographs help explain and illustrate to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the process and how that is undertaken?
They were.
So you're showing what's been previously shown to defense counsel. as marked as stage triple Z for identification purposes only. Dr. McDougall, did you have an opportunity to look through those photos?
I did.
Coming in court?
I did.
Did they fairly and accurately depict the autopsy of one Anthony Williams on October 26th of 2018?
They do.
Do they reflect the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office case number that was assigned?
They do.
Here at this time, the state would request to move state triple Z in at state 73.
Any objection not previously raised?
Not previously raised, no.
Any objection voted, will be introduced. Go move.
Now here composite 23 photos and 1 USB.
Stage triple Z marked state 72.
I'm sorry, what number?
72. Thank you.
So, Doctor, before we get into the actual photos, can you explain what a scene visit is?
I can. So the medical examiner by statute and administrative code has jurisdiction over a body. Okay, so when a decedent passes away on the scene, the medical examiner or the investigator will go to that scene. These individuals were transported to the hospital. They died at the hospital. So therefore, at the time of the examination, there was no scene to visit.
Okay, so I'm gonna go forward, and how do you receive the body of Mr. Williams?
So when the body leaves the hospital, the 2 zippers on the bag get a seal put through them. It comes to our office, and this was actually the same morning, so this individual came straight into our office, and then probably within an hour or two was ready to be examined. So the bag is sealed at the hospital, comes to our office. The very first photograph we take is a photograph of that seal, so we can show that it's still intact, and it must be broken by the medical examiner on duty.
And did you receive it from the body of Mr. Williams in this way?
I did.
Okay, what, in the picture that we're looking at, which is, I believe, photo number 2 is numbered for the purposes of the record. Does this picture show?
So this is one end of the body bag with the 2 zippers in place with the red seal between it, still intact. That case number 183118. So that is the 3,118th case for the medical examiner in the year 2018. That is a unique identifying number for this case and will be in every photograph that is taken for this examination.
For the purposes of orientation,
Yes.
the letter, the top of the A, in almost each photograph, what direction does it point towards?
So the letter should point towards the head. Okay, so every photograph that we see, the case number, to look at it properly, the head should be above the number when you're looking at it the right way.
So prior to opening the bag, is there a scan or some sort of x-ray that's done?
So Broward County is lucky enough to have what's called a LODOX. Okay, it's low radiation full body x-ray. So every single case that comes into our office gets both an AP, which is a front to back, and a lateral, which is from the side, x-ray. So we have those.
Okay, so you said AP. I know you know what that means, but if you could describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that means.
So anterior, posterior, so the beam of the radiation is going through. So when you look at the body, it's the way you would see a body. Then we do one that's a lateral, where the beam goes through the side of the body, so we get the side. That allows us, especially if we're looking for foreign objects in a body, if I only have a picture front to back, I can tell about where it is front to back, but where is it? Is it right up here, or is it closer to the back of the body? So we have a lateral x-ray that we take, so I can see where in space, in 2D, not as good as 3D, right? But I get a 2D orientation of where that foreign object might be.
In terms of when you're describing your findings, do you do them in anatomical positions?
Yes,
And could you describe what that is to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I can. Can I show you?
Please, if that would help.
May I stand up?
Yes.
So anatomic position, where's my water, is with your hands out like this, palmar surface forward, just like this.
When you are describing your findings in anatomical position, are you in any way suggesting that was the position the body was in when any injuries or defects were inflicted upon it?
I am not.
To go back, before we go into the photos of the autopsy itself, could you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do during an autopsy?
Sure. So the first thing that the pathologist will do is break that seal. Okay, that seal is broken, the bag is opened, and we take what we call overall photographs. These are photographs that are taken before we do anything to the body, before we move the body, before we clean the body. We take photographs so we can see it as is. Once that is done, then we'll take the body out of the body bag. We will look for any identifying features, so scars, tattoos, defects. We take pictures of the hands as they are. Once we're satisfied with those photographs, then we will clean the body. And once the body is cleaned, then we will take overall photographs again with the body cleaned. Then we will take both an orientation shot and a close-up shot of any defects, scars, or identifying marks.
Okay, so after you've done, it sounds like an external examination, is there another part of the autopsy procedure?
So then we do the internal examination.
Okay, and when you're doing the internal examination, what do you do?
So we're looking for any kind of injury, disease, anything that's abnormal, right? Also want to look at what is normal. So we look at all of the organs, weigh all the organs, and complete our exam.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to what was labeled in the photos labeled as photo 1. And so if we can describe what we are looking at here on photo 1.
So this is the AP, or anterior posterior, full body x-ray. That was taken before the bag was opened.
So in terms of the different colors and things that we are looking at in this, what do you see that is medically significant?
What the heck?
I'm not a radiologist, but what I will tell you is that this is a projectile, and there are projectile fragments in the head. This is dental restorations.
In terms of any of the other things on this that are.
These are all buttons, I think, from a hospital gown.
Okay.
So it's just artifact from the clothing that he's wearing.
So going on to the next photo here, I'm just going to zoom in just a little bit. What is this picture showing?
So this is one of our overall photographs that we take once the body has been cleaned. What you can see in this photograph is what later becomes known as an entrance gunshot wound, a defect, a circular defect to the middle of the chest.
Oh. And that was for the purposes of what we were looking at in the photographs number 3. Okay. Going on to photo number 4. What is the purpose of this photograph?
So this is what we call it's called a headshot. It's our identification shot. It's a picture of the decedent's face, also with the number. So this 18-3118, this is the big number. You saw it, the smaller one in the picture of body bag. That's the unique identifying number for this case that came to our office.
In terms of the way that you label or determine gunshots or entrances or exits, is there a specific pattern you follow?
Every pathologist does it differently. I like to start at the top of the head and go down, and then we turn them over on their back, and then we start at the top of the head again and go down.
Okay.
So it's an arbitrary system, dependent on the pathologist on how they want to organize, the number of defects that they have in their case.
Are you assigning a specific order based on the labels that you use?
They're not, head to toe.
Going on to the next photo, what are we looking at here?
So these are the pictures of the hands cleaned up. We take 30 pictures of the hands and then we take clean pictures of the hands. We document the hands to look to see if there's any evidence of any kind of injuries. Are there any bruises? Are there any scrapes? Are there any cuts?
And did you document any scrapes, injuries, or bruises on this left hand?
There are not.
And that is photo number 5. Going on to photo number 6. What are we looking at here?
So this is the left hand, it's the palmar surface. So we'll take 3 photographs of each hand, at least 3, and 3 if they're negative, right? So the back surface, the front surface, and the side.
And you mentioned the side photo. Moving on to photo number 7.
Correct.
And in terms of the left hand, were there any bruises, injuries, any defensive wounds of any sort on the left hand?
There were not.
Can you define what a defensive wound is for the jury?
I can. So defensive wounds are usually wounds that are on the extremities. They don't have to be on the hands. They're most commonly on the hands. They can be on the forearms. They can be on the shins. Any part of your extremities that can move to block your core from any kinds of injuries. Okay, so you want to, your feet or your legs, your arms or your hands will get in the way of something that's coming at you, if you're in a fight or something, to keep that part of your body, your core, from being injured.
Okay, moving on to photograph number 8. Have we moved on to the other hand now?
Now we're on the right hand. So this is the back surface of the right hand, documenting that there are no injuries.
Okay, so moving on to photograph number 9.
Side of the right hand, no injuries.
And photograph number 10.
So the inside of the right hand, no injuries.
So I'm going to move on to what's been labeled as entrance wound B. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where this wound on this gunshot wound B, entrance wound, is?
So it's in the middle of the chest.
Okay. In terms of, do you document in your report the distance from the top of the head?
I do. I don't memorize that. So if I can look at my report.
Do you need to refresh your recollection? Please.
So that wound is 19¼ inches. Oh no, below the top of the head.
And in terms of the left to right distance, how far is that?
It's 1/2 inch right of the anterior midline.
And can you define for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a perforating gunshot wound?
I can. So for gunshot wounds, for forensic pathologists, there's 2 kinds. There's a penetrating gunshot wound. Goes in, doesn't come out. Penetrates. I recover a projectile. Then there's a perforating gunshot wound. It perforates the body. I have an entrance and I have an exit, and I don't collect a projectile.
And so, Dr. McDougall, so the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have an idea. How many autopsies have you done in which gunshot wounds have been a cause of death?
Probably 600 or 700.
The gunshot wound that we're looking at right here, is there anything about soot, stippling, or muzzle imprint?
So this is, so in forensic pathology, we have 3 different ranges of fire. And for gunshot wounds, we are tasked with trying to determine the range of fire. There is what's called a contact gunshot wound, which means that the muzzle of the gun is up against the target when the gun goes off. In those cases, you have a nice round deposition of soot on the entrance wound. The next is called intermediate. With an intermediate gunshot wound, if you take your target and your gun and you move away from your target, okay, so you're far enough away now that you're not gonna leave a nice ring of soot, you're gonna get something that's called stipple. Okay, so the gunpowder coming out of the gun will tattoo the skin. You will get a nice pattern, a spray of stipple on the skin. Those are intermediate gunshot wounds. With indeterminate gunshot wounds, that either means that the muzzle of the gun is far enough away from the target that all the gunpowder falls off before the projectile hits the body, or there's something in the way of the skin, between the skin and the weapon, that any evidence of close range firing would be on that clothing. Okay, if you have someone that's shot in the chest, you'd want to look for evidence of close range firing on what they're wearing, because it has to go through that before it hits the body. And that gunpowder is not going to get to the skin because the clothes are in the way.
Okay, and so, Doctor, I want to make sure we understand, on intermediate.
Yep.
On that, do you do any range of fire testing?
On clothing,
What about on skin or human body?
you have to do it, no, you have to do it on clothing.
Is any of that your area of expertise where you would recreate that?
On the clothing,
Yes.
no.
And on intermediate gunshot wounds, is there a textbook answer for distance?
There is a textbook answer.
And what would that be?
So the textbook answer is 3 inches to 3 feet.
In terms of, without having a specific weapon, can you get any more exact than that?
The best way to get the distance on a certain person would be to take the exact same gun with the exact same ammunition with a white sheet of paper, right? Until you get far enough away that the distance of your stipple pattern on your paper matches what it was on the skin.
If you don't have a pattern, can you do that recreation?
Cannot.
So continuing on talking about the lit wound labeled B, how can you tell if that is an entrance versus an exit wound?
So entrance wounds classically have something called a rim of abrasion. Okay, so on this particular gunshot wound labeled B, I have a marginal rim of abrasion.
I'm gonna go forward now
I
to
can't,
for B on the
I have
number.
to turn right now. So this is my rim of abrasion right here.
That's photo 12 for the record.
So the entrance is right here. And the rim of abrasion is this piece of the abrasion on the skin right there.
So Dr. McDougall, why is there more rim of abrasion on one side than the other?
So when you're looking at gunshot wounds, what that tells you is that the projectile is coming from that side of the body. Okay, so when a projectile hits a target skin straight on, you'll get what's called a circumferential rim of abrasion, which means the rim of abrasion goes all the way around the circle. Okay, if it enters from the right side of the body at an angle, and then the right side of that circular gunshot wound is going to have a marginal abrasion. If it enters from the bottom, that abrasion is going to be along the bottom. Top, the rim of abrasion will be on the top. Left-hand side, the rim of abrasion will be on the left-hand side.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the previous photo. If you could then explain and show on this what direction the projectile is coming from.
So the projectile is coming from his right-hand side
And you're talking in anatomical position?
in anatomical position, that's correct.
Okay, moving on to the next photo here, which is labeled as photo number 14 on this. What are we looking at in photo number 14?
So on the top of his right shoulder is the third entrance gunshot wound.
And the third entrance gunshot wound, was that given a label?
It was labeled,
Is that C?
it's a C, yes, ma'am.
The victim's head is up there by 7. Does that mean he was 7 foot tall?
It depends on where his feet are.
Do you document the height and weight of the decedent when these parts brought in?
We do.
And what was for Mr. Williams?
So he's 76 inches in length and 172 pounds.
And can you convert that 76 inches to feet, please?
I can, it's 6 feet 4 inches in length.
Okay. In terms of the photo that we're looking at here, on this particular wound, which is later assigned the label of C, what type of wound is this? Penetrating or perforating?
So this is a penetrating, so it has an entrance wound, no exit. And so and it's also an entrance wound.
Going on to what's labeled as A, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where is this wound A?
I can. So A is an entrance gunshot wound on the left side of the back of his neck.
Would using that as a demonstrative help to illustrate that on a styrofoam head?
Okay.
Left side of the back of his neck is the one that came from inside.
Okay, next to Mr. Glen, approaching with what has been labeled as Broward Medical Examiner's Office 18-3118.
Correct.
Is that consistent with the medical examiner's office number that was assigned for the autopsy of Anthony Williams?
It is.
Okay, prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to place markings on this styrofoam head to approximate the locations of the wounds on Mr. Williams?
I did.
And would this help and assist in demonstrating to the jury where those wounds were in position on those photographs?
It will show the wound path as well.
Okay, so Your Honor, at this point, the state would ask the witness to use the demonstrative.
Yes. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the demonstrative exhibit. It's not in evidence at this time. The testimony is what the witness says. The demonstrative is used basically to assist the witness in explaining or illustrating her testimony. As I said, the testimony of the witness is the evidence. This demonstrative is not to be considered value as evidence in the case unless it's later received in evidence. Only items that are actually received in evidence would be going back with you to the jury room during deliberations.
Okay,
Proceed.
and so Dr. McDougall, could you be kind enough to show where on that head would be entrance wound A?
So the approximate position of that entrance wound is about right here.
And you said this was what type of gunshot wound?
This is a perforating gunshot wound, which means I have an entrance and an exit.
And where was that exit?
The exit is on the right temporal scalp.
And how is, I'm gonna skip ahead to that exit, which is E.
That's correct.
Okay. And so is E shown on there?
The approximate location of the exit wound on this demonstrative is about right there.
Okay. For the wounds A to E, as labeled on the photos, was that wound fatal?
It is a fatal wound, yes.
What injuries were associated with the wound track of A to E?
So that projectile goes through the scalp, the skull, the dura mater, the brain. There is subgaleal, subdural, and subarachnoid hemorrhage and multiple fractures of the bones of the skull.
Okay, so a lot of medical terms. Let's slow down and define them. So what is a subgaleal hemorrhage?
So your scalp, right, your head, the skin that's on your head, when you reflect it back, okay, the underside of that is called the galea. Okay, so if you have hemorrhage in the underside of the skin on your head, that's a subgaleal hemorrhage. When you, inside your head is your brain, okay? What you have a cover on your brain that is called dura mater. Okay, so you have your brain, you have this dura mater, and then your skull. All right, so if I have subdural hemorrhage, sub means underneath, I have blood between the brain and the dura. Subarachnoid hemorrhage, the arachnoid is a very fine membrane that covers the brain, and that is hemorrhage in that space. So there are different spaces within the cranial cavity where blood collects with injury.
And so you said hemorrhage, if you could just make sure that that word is defined in your context as a forensic pathologist.
So hemorrhage means there's bleeding. Okay, a bruise, if you ever had a bruise, that's hemorrhage underneath your skin, like after you bump into something or have some sort of trauma.
Okay, so I want to go back to wound A. So I'm going to go back to that photo. On A, is there an abrasion margin?
There's a very small abrasion margin around that wound.
And is it concentric?
It is.
And what does that mean?
It means it's all the way, it's around the whole thing as opposed to a marginal abrasion, which we saw before, which is just on one part of the entrance wound. This abrasion encompasses the whole entrance wound.
The wound track or pattern, were there fragments that were recovered along this wound track?
There were.
Showing counsel what's been previously marked as stage quadruple B. Dr. McDougall, prior to coming into court today, did you have the opportunity to review the items inside states quadruple B outside the presence of the jury?
I did.
Do you recognize what is in there?
I do.
What is it?
Those are the projectile fragments that were collected at the autopsy.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when they were collected?
They are.
They have your initials on the evidence tape on the outside.
They do.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states quadruple B in as state 74.
Is there any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States quadruple B will be marked states 74.
So, Dr. McDougall, in terms of this particular entrance wound, how can you tell this is the entrance versus site E?
Because it has an abrasion margin, okay, abrasions are usually only associated with entrance wounds. Exit wounds are more commonly lacerated. And when we look at wound E, we'll see that it's a lacerated defect.
In terms of any sort of soot, stippling, did you note that on this particular injury?
So I called the range of fire on this case indeterminate. Okay, there are, can you go out?
Sure.
I just want to show. So, you know, indeterminate does not mean distant. Indeterminate means I don't know. So, you know, you could say that might be stipple, that little defect right there. That might be stipple, but that's right around a hair follicle. And if you look over here, there are areas where you can tell there's scarring. So when you look at the nape of the neck, where gentlemen get shaved, you get ingrown hairs, you can have folliculitis, it's called. I'm not going to say this is intermediate. With 3, maybe 4 ditzels, I call them, that might be soot. I actually took a microscopic section of one of these to try to see if I could see any evidence of gunshot residue, gunpowder, stipple, and the one section that I took was basically the epidermis, which is the top layer of your skin, was normal and there was some blood underneath it. So I did not get to see what I wanted to see, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't there. It just wasn't in the section that I took.
Without a pattern, can you make any sort of medical opinion as to range of fire?
I will not, based on 1 or 2, I call them ditzels, say that that for sure is intermediate.
In terms of this particular injury, Was the individual alive when it was inflicted?
Yes,
How can you tell that?
from the hemorrhage.
Is there any sort of other things that would help and assist you in demonstrating the difference between hemorrhage and not?
Well, if we look at the other injuries,
Okay. So let's move on then to gunshot wound C.
so this is gunshot wound C, which was on the back of the right shoulder. Okay, the abrasion collar around that wound is not hemorrhagic. What that tells me is that there is no circulation to that part of the body when that gunshot wound is inflicted. If you think about, an abrasion is a blunt force injury, okay, from an object, it's a friction injury. If you think about riding your bike as a child, falling off your bike, skidding your knee, right? That will quickly turn red and bleed because you've taken off that that top layer of skin. Same scenario here, except I don't have any circulating, I don't have a heartbeat, I don't have any blood circulating to this part of the body. Therefore, that abrasion stays yellowy white.
So Dr. McDougall, can you give any opinion as to how long time frame elapsed between gunshot wound A to E in the head and gunshot wound C?
I cannot.
Why not?
Oh, because I don't know how long it would have taken him to pass away.
Is there any medical studies that can be recreated in?
We can't do that.
You said he is deceased at that point.
Correct.
Can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an example of what you would see if they were inflicted within seconds of each other?
Well, I can tell you of the hundreds of gunshot wound cases, not even, I just had a stab wound case, but in the hundreds of cases that I've done, the thousands of cases that I've done, there are only 3 where I can tell you the order in which the shots occurred, because some were before the person passed away and some were after. I've had hundreds of gunshot wound cases where they're shot 15, 20, 25 times, and every single gunshot has hemorrhage. So are they within seconds? No, but I can't tell you, is it, 5 minutes? Is it 30 minutes? There's no way for me to tell you what the time frame between gunshot wound A to E is from when B and C were inflicted.
Moving on to D. What about this particular mark tells you that this is an exit wound?
So D is an exit wound. It's lacerated, okay, because you have a blunt force object, the projectile, traveling at a very high, traveling at a rate of speed, and with enough energy to perforate the skin, and it causes a laceration.
And so this is photo number 16 for the record. Can you explain, and I'm going to go forward onto photo number 17 so you can explain what a laceration is and what it looks like.
Yeah, so this skin is lacerated. There's no abrasion margin around it, and it's consistent with an exit wound.
And in terms of where on the body is D located?
So it's right almost underneath the armpit,
And
on the left-hand side of the back.
going back to picture 16, which direction is the body facing when this photo is taken?
Face down.
Going on to photograph number 20 for the record. What are we looking at here?
So this is the left lung. There's a trajectory rod through it showing the pathway of the projectile. What is interesting in this photograph is that there's absolutely no hemorrhage around any of those wounds. Okay, your lungs are very vascular, right? Because your lungs are responsible for taking the oxygen out of the air you breathe and pushing it into your blood, right? In the really small sacs in your lung. So an injury to your lung is gonna bleed a lot, okay, if your heart is beating. Okay, there's no hemorrhage in the upper or the lower lobe of the left lung.
And so when you say hemorrhage, what would it look like on the photo? What would you be looking for?
So so blood would leak out into the area around that lung, and it would not look pink with brown, black staining. It would look red because it's full of blood.
And so Dr. McDougall, if you could remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what entrance and exit wound does this correspond with?
So this is entrance wound B. That goes to exit wound D.
Moving on to what has been admitted as photograph number 18. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at here?
I can. So this is the exit wound E. That went with entrance wound A. The back of the neck comes out the right side of the temporal scalp. This is with the scalp reflected forward. So we do an incision across the head behind the ears. We reflect the scalp forward and back. And what this is showing you is this is hemorrhage. Okay, this is blood. This is bleeding. There is a heartbeat.
And so with regards to now E, at this point, the scalp is back on this photo, which we've already talked about here. Can you explain why this is a laceration?
So we shave it to show, because it's consistent with a laceration. There's no abraded margin. It's consistent with an exit wound.
In terms of what has been previously admitted as State 74, is this the projectile fragments, a photo of them that have been introduced into evidence?
That's correct.
Why do you recover these?
Because, we usually recover projectiles and fragments so that, turn them over so that crime scene can do whatever gun testing they want to do with the projectiles. These pieces are probably too small, but it's still evidence. So we collect all the evidence outside of and on the body to give to law enforcement in case they need it.
Was there any evidence of medical intervention for Mr. Williams?
No.
And what would that mean?
So sometimes people are transported to the hospital. They still have a heartbeat. And so the trauma team or the emergency room doctors are going to want to do whatever they can do to save that person's life. So sometimes with gunshot wounds, especially, you can have, they can put chest tubes in, they can do a thoracotomy, which is where they open up the side of your, they open up your rib cage to try to get your heart beating again. There's lots of things that they will do to try to save somebody's life.
Were there any, and you said there was none of those in this case?
There were not.
In terms of the rest of the internal examination, were there any other findings that led to the death of Mr. Williams other than the gunshot wound you talked about?
No.
At ADE?
There are not.
Do you collect samples for the purpose of processing for toxicology?
We do.
And do you do that testing?
We have a toxicology lab. I don't do it personally. We have a toxicologist that does it.
And did you do that for Mr. Williams?
We did.
And in terms of the results of that toxicology, what showed up?
So he has marijuana, THC, and marijuana metabolite.
And can you give any sort of time frame on the ingestion of those
I
substances? Based on your autopsy, did you come to an opinion as to the cause and manner of death for Anthony Williams?
I did.
And what was that?
The cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner of death is homicide.
Going forward, were you also involved briefly with the case number 18-3119?
I was.
And what was your involvement in that in March of 2022?
In March
Yes.
of 2022. So prior to March 8th of 2022, it was brought to my attention that there was a gunshot wound on the lower extremity. that we, Dr. Zotter and I, labeled as a penetrating gunshot wound. We labeled it as a ballistic injury, okay? Because we had a wound on the outside of the leg. There was no projectile in the leg, and there were just 2 little ditzels on the full body x-ray. So it was most consistent with a projectile usually hitting something else and then just coming up against the skin to make a rivet in it, but not a projectile that goes through the leg. One of the crimes, Chris was at the
Objection here, sir.
Motion comes second.
Sidebar, take a shot, do a squat. All right, so far we have heard there was 1 shot that killed him, and it came from back here out this way, which is consistent with it coming directly from the back driver's side seat. Sad. I feel really bad for the family having to see this stuff. But at least the way that shot was done, at least I would think that there would be, that it would be quick, hopefully. She is very detailed. She does a really good job at explaining everything. This is the time when like things always hit me, because like this is like when you're
You were
hearing.
saying that Detective Christopher Williams brought some photographs to your attention,
That's correct.
and that is in regards to the other deceased in this case that's done under 18-3119.
That's correct.
And did you perform the autopsy for 18-3119?
I did not.
Who did?
Dr. Slaughter?
So I want to go back to 18-3118. We talked about this projectile that was recovered. Did you recover an additional projectile from the body of Anthony Williams?
I did.
And where was that located at?
In the right scapula, or the bone, your shoulder blade, the wing of your back.
And in this next photo that we're looking at here, which is number 19, this number, is that where you retrieved that particular projectile?
That's correct. So to orient you,
Sorry.
this is the neck, the back of the neck, the midline of the back. Okay, the entrance wound is right here. And it goes and it gets stopped by all that bone. And if you look at the muscles here, there's no hemorrhage either.
And so going on to this photo here, which is number 23, what are we looking at in that particular photo?
So that is a projectile that I recovered from the right side of the back.
Can I have a moment to consult?
Yes.
And so, Dr. McDougall, in the clear, we talked about B and D. Was the victim, Anthony Williams, dead when the B and D was inflicted to the body?
So when gunshot wound B was inflicted, yes, he was dead, and it exited D, so it's one gunshot wound.
Correct. So when wound C was inflicted, was Anthony Williams dead?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have any other questions. Should we approach Deborah for a moment?
Take a shot, do a squat. Sidebar. They mute it now instead of just making us listen to it the whole time.
Down your notepad, don't discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, and certainly no research. Thank you.
Inside the vehicle is the one that killed him. Outside, we're after he
All right, let's
already
go
died.
to your stepped out, Council remain along with the defendant. So counsel, I did notice you're a fan yourself and things like that. That's why I was texting to try to see if they get the AC person down here again to lower the temperature. All right, anything to discuss at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from your end? Okay, all right. We're in recess.
Do you want?
Is that right?
No. I don't need
Hear
it.
that? Can we arrange for a restroom break, Mr. Demis?
Got it.
Let me mute that because I know they're going to be coming in my ear. All right, so I will once I finish the testimony from the once I finish Fredo Bang adding his text to everything, I will I'll make like a little diagram for this. That won't take long because I already know I've already studied all this stuff anyway, so I know where it was. So I'll make a little diagram too that for tomorrow that'll make it a little bit easier. Let's check out what they're saying about the courtroom, what's happening in the courtroom. I hate the families having to be in there to see it. All right, so he says, these are the tweets from Boom. No, we're just on short recess. Those of you asking, they're just letting them take a potty break. Okay, so tweets from Boom. He said, Dr. McDougall said gunshot wounds B to D were inflicted when Sack Chaser was dead. Dr. McDougall said gunshot wounds B to D was inflicted. Sack Chaser was dead. When gunshot wound C was inflicted, Sack Chaser was dead. Prosecutor said no further questions. Let's see. He said, family viewing a loved one's deceased body is never easy, even during an examination in an attempt to figure out what happened to them. And then he said, Dr. McDougall said, out of the thousands of gunshot wound cases she has examined, only 3 she has examined can she determine the gunshot patterns? That is because, like she was saying, normally if there's multiple gunshot wounds, they usually happen pretty fast, right? You don't normally shoot somebody, and then once they're dead, just shoot them some more. So the reason she can see the gunshot patterns in this case are because some of the wounds don't have the hemorrhaging. So you know that they were shot, that those came after he was dead. Let's see. Dr. McDougall said, in her opinion, Sack Chaser was alive when he was shot based on abrasion and hemorrhage. That was the one to the back of the neck from here that came out right here. Shares that Sack Chaser was 6'4" and 172 pounds. While they were doing all of this, Sack Chaser's mother was present. Oh, that's awful. I hate that. I hate everything about that. Yeah, he could have. So the way that it sounds from everything that I've seen on this is that it came like this. So he may have been like, if he was like leaned over, like if his head was leaned over against the window, or if he was like sitting there normal and whoever shot from the back seat shot from like lower. I mean, not like putting it right up to him, like shot from lower. Otherwise, it would look like he was possibly like had his head leaned on the window or something. Let's see. Could be looking down at his phone too. I think I remember looking at the cell phone data. I'd have to go back and look at all my charts, but I don't think he had a lot of cell phone pings after a certain time, which would mean that there may not have been a lot of activity on it. So he could have been looking at his phone, or maybe didn't Portland say in the hospital that one of them was almost asleep or something, or that they were asleep? There's multiple different explanations for, how it did that trajectory, but the only explanation for the source, like for that trajectory, as far as like his head being like this or like this, but the source definitely came from his back left side. Yes, Borland is being charged with murder in the first degree and accessory after the fact. His trial is in October. Who caught Melly by surprise? I don't understand what you're saying. Pings as in like if something happens, like let's say a call comes through your phone, then that will give a like signal to the phone to show the location of it. So like if you're on your phone a lot, then you'll have a lot of the engineering from the engineering report. You'll have a lot of the pings. Not like the big ping where it's like, oh, you are somewhere within all of these, but like the more direct ping. But if you're not on your phone, then it doesn't do it that much. If you have like a call that comes in, then even if you don't answer it, then it'll do it. It's basically any kind of phone activity from the outside. Yes, there's a different medical examiner for juvie. Let's see. Have I done a new poll? I did one right before this started. Are you wanting another one since she's testified? I did one right before she came on. Unnecessarily loud. They claim he called for a ride. One of the stories changed that when they got caught lying about Melly being in the other car. Then the story changed to he sent a Snapchat for them to stop and get him on the side of the road, but none of that came out in the Snapchat subpoenas, and none of that came out in the like the cell location data is not consistent with them ever having stopped motion. The GPS will constantly ping your location. That is how Google Maps works. The engineering report is the one that they gave us. That's the one I'm talking about. If you'll notice, there's less activity for SAC and Juvie's phones later, like more spread out, I should say. When you're getting constant communication, then that engineering report they were saying has more of the data points. The latitude and longitude stuff is like moment to moment. I mean, you can track everything with that. It's like you said, constant pinging. I think a lot of people when they watched the Murdaugh trial were surprised at how constant those pings are. Well, not the Murdaugh trial. I mean, a bunch of the trials comes out. Who picked up Melly in the swamp or wherever this happened when he got out of the car and didn't show up to the hospital? He sent his location. He dropped a pin to Fredo Bang, who said he was on the way. Now, the story that I've heard up to this point is that Track came and picked him up. But according to Fredo Bang's text, he came because he said, I'm on the way. He sent him the location. He said, 30 minutes out, but I'm racing. So I've got to finish going through all that. But and who knows? It may have been both. That story has changed, so I've got to go back and look at or finish going through it all.
Jury entering.
Cynthia, the video of him getting in the car, it shows him getting in this car. The red one went home. He didn't get in the red one. The red one went home.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record here reflect the presence of defendants and counsel, the state attorneys. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, our witness, Dr. McDougal remains on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can tell, the AC has changed its temperature. We contacted them and supposedly going to come over and try to get it corrected. It just seems we can't have a happy meeting here. So we're trying, we're working on it. In any event, I think the state completed its direct examination of the doctor. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Every cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
You may.
May I? Doctor, you weren't at mass following CDC rules because you just got over COVID, correct?
That's correct.
But you're not carrying that disease, are you?
Sir,
I'm gonna keep my distance.
That's
just in
okay.
case.
yes, sir.
Okay. And you're the reason I went to law school, because I can't spell half the words you use. But let me ask you a few questions if I could, Doctor.
Sure.
You indicated you did the autopsy, and the person came into the morgue around 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning?
No, it was pronounced at like 4:45 at the hospital.
Okay,
Don't know what time he came
okay,
into the office, but the autopsy started at 11:30.
11:30, okay. And you did an external and then an internal examination.
That's correct.
The external examination revealed that this person was 6'4",
Correct?
he weighed 172 pounds,
Yes, sir.
and his hair was 6 inches in length,
Correct.
braided.
Correct.
The pictures I saw did not show the braids on his hair that were shown to you. Did you cut his hair?
We shave the hair around the wounds.
Okay, did you save the hair so that it could be tested to determine if there was any GSR or gunshot residue on it?
We shave the hair so we can see the characteristics of the wound.
And what did you do with the hair? Did you bag it so that it could be sent to the lab to be examined to determine if there was any GSR or any projectile fragments on it?
I did not.
Detective Moretti was present, correct?
That's correct.
You've been advised he's the lead detective in this case, correct?
He's the detective that called in the case. That's correct.
Okay. And you indicated that the clothes are a rather important factor in determining the range of whoever fired the gun that caused the death.
If the entrance wounds are around where there is clothing, they are important to determine range of fire. That's correct.
Okay. And you indicated that one of the wounds was in the chest area.
Correct.
Were you advised at any time that this person was wearing clothes?
Yes.
Okay. And Moretti didn't bring the clothes to you to look at?
So my job is causing manner of death on the body. Right.
Okay. And the reason I ask that is because the height of the person, the weight of the person, the fact that he had 6 inches of braided hair, and the clothes that he was wearing would assist if anyone attempted to do what is known as a trajectory reconstruction, correct?
But you could do a modified Grice stain on the clothing to look for gunshot residue.
Okay. And those items would be important, would it not, if someone wanted to attempt to reconstruct how the shooting occurred?
So my job is cause and manner of death. I'm no expert in reconstruction.
Fair enough. Now, you indicated that these injuries, the first injury to the head, what's it?
Back to the
Back of the head, was the fatal injury.
So in this case, that's the fatal injury because the other two, he was dead when they were
Okay.
inflicted.
So, this person, when he received the other two injuries, was already deceased.
Correct.
Did not suffer any pain from those two injuries.
He's already dead.
Fair enough. Okay. And you indicated that these injuries were indeterminate,
Correct.
which means, in layman terms, simple terms for me to understand, means that you cannot tell how far away or how close the shooter or shooters were
That's correct.
when this occurred.
Yes, sir.
In fact, you don't know if it was one shooter, two shooters, or more, correct?
That's correct.
Now, I think you told me when I met you back in April 2022, the day I took your deposition,
Yes, sir.
that the scientific way to determine the distance would be, and I think you said it today, take the same gun, correct?
Correct.
Take the same ammunition, correct?
Correct.
And then fire that gun with the same ammunition into a white paper or poster or whatever, wrapping paper, until you could get the same type of stippling pattern that you observed on the body, correct?
If you have an intermediate gunshot wound, yes, sir.
Do you know if that was done in this case?
All three of my gunshot wounds are indeterminate.
Determinate, which means you can't tell the number of shooters or the distance. Right.
Indeterminate means I don't know the range of fire from looking at the gunshot on the body of the victim.
Now, this was a rather unusual case because out of all of the examinations you have done over the years, since you've been a medical examiner and a chief medical examiner, you usually can't tell what shot or what injury occurred first, second, and third. Correct?
Correct.
In this case, you could on both the individual you did the autopsy of and the individual that your fellow medical examiner did, correct?
I can tell you the first shot. I don't know the order of the second and third.
Okay. And the first shot on both of them were the fatal shots.
Because they are already deceased when the other ones are inflicted.
Okay. Now, you signed off as the chief medical examiner or the supervisor of Dr. Saunders when she finished her report, correct?
I signed off on her report as the associate medical examiner that was overlooking her that day in the morgue. Yes,
Okay. I assume before you signed off, you looked at the report,
correct,
reviewed the report,
correct.
and by signing off, you were basically saying it was correct.
So I reviewed not only the report, I reviewed all the pictures that we took of the others.
Okay.
So you review everything.
Okay, and you said it was correct, and
That's
then
correct.
you signed off as really her supervisor.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, that was in 18, correct? Go ahead and look.
It might be 18, it might be 19, because it was the end of October.
There's an error in the first one, so they're about to bring that up.
Okay. It was either the end of 18 or the beginning of 19, to the best of your recollection?
Correct. I signed mine out on November 27th. I don't recall the date of the report.
Over 3 years later, you indicated you were asked to review the autopsy report of Dr. Saunders, correct?
I was asked to review photographs that were taken at the hospital of the deceased.
Okay. And the person, and that was about 3.5 years later, correct?
As of February of 22, February or March.
Okay, and if your autopsy was in 18 and Saunders' report was sometime in 19, that would be part of 19, 20, 21, and 22,
That's correct.
the way I count.
That's
So
correct.
approximately 3 years later.
That's correct.
And you realize that there's a mistake that not only Dr. Saunders made, but obviously, with all due respect, you made.
So there is an exit gunshot wound on the inner thigh that I don't have any picture of at the autopsy. That is photographed at the hospital.
Okay.
And if I could read what the,
Don't read, just tell us.
it won't be verbatim then. At the end of every autopsy report that we author, there is a statement that I haven't memorized, but it goes something like this. If any probative something information becomes available, we have the right to amend the report.
Of course.
And that's exactly what I did.
Okay. And in fact, an amended report was made, correct?
That's correct.
And the person who asked you to review that over approximately 3 years later was not the police department, but the state attorney's office. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
That's not surprising.
And before you corrected that report, did you make any attempt to exhume the body to verify that injury?
I have a photograph of it. I don't have to exhume the body.
So the answer would be no.
That's correct.
Okay. Can I have one moment, John?
Yes.
My bosses say no further questions.
Counsel, is there any redirect?
Yes, briefly. Dr. McDougall, do you recall approximately how many defects were on the body of Christopher Thomas, the 18-3119 autopsy?
Yes, there are 21 that we documented, I think, and one that we missed.
Are you telling the lady in the jury that you can make a mistake, that you're human?
I'm human. She's human. We're all human.
So are there processes in place where you can review and go back and catch those mistakes?
There are.
Is that what happened in this case?
That's what happened.
In terms of exhuming a body 3 years later, would there be any benefit to doing that?
If I have a photo document of the injury, I would never put a family through that.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. You may step down. You're excused.
Thank you.
It's getting cooler.
And we are just going to brief break so we can sanitize the witness stand so far.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Just take a short recess. Don't discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, certainly no research. Thank you. Thank you. Let the jury steps out. We're in recess.
Mayor, we go through the same process with the next doctor, Mr. Augustine, as if you wait until the first one is finished.
All righty. So let's hear thoughts on that. So the I figured that would be because that's really the only thing that they can bring up. So I figured that was coming on cross-examination because there was let me mute this because I know Law and Crime's gonna be like rah, 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 as soon as I let my guard down. So hey Bob Mata. Oh, he gone. I texted him. I told him that that we saw him on there and that he looks he's Dapper Bob today. All right, so okay, so if you look at the deposition given by this yes, this is another recess. If you look at the deposition, when they are talking to her, they brought this up. There was an amended report that was done. So the error was the exit gunshot wound on the thigh that was not photographed. So it was not photographed at the autopsy. So it wasn't, from what I remember on the papers, it like they were saying that it got missed and it was like it was labeled as something like one of them here. I have it saved on my computer. Let me pull it up. I think one of them was like the entry wound, exit wound was, let me pull it up. Because Lord knows if I say one word wrong, my email blows up. All righty. All right, here we go. When did you do the amended report? March 8th. What did you find that was incorrect? Okay, the exit gunshot wound on the thigh that wasn't photographed through autopsy. And he said, okay, so in the original autopsy performed by the other doctor, that's the one that she was just talking about, Dr. Sauter, or whatever it was, missed that. And he said, what caused you to discover it? And she said, well, we got photographs from the hospital, the victim at the hospital, which actually showed an exit gunshot wound. So if you look at the report, the mistake that Dr. Sauter made that they were aware of in the labeling, the entrance gunshot wound, both M when he was on his back, and then when he was turned on his stomach, it was labeled as T also. So he said, so it's indicating two different wounds. And she said, indicating two different wounds. And she said, before we signed it out, she realized that. So we put the T photograph in the folder by itself as an error. And we decided that M must be a ballistic injury. So we didn't have a photograph of the exit and called it a ballistic injury because there's no injury to the femur. So there's a little ditzel of projectile in there. So basically, the wound on the thigh that I got distracted by stupid text. The wound on the thigh was missed being photographed in the autopsy, but they saw it on the hospital photos. So they did an amendment to the report. Does that make sense? Let's see what else the papers say while we're waiting on them. Let's see. So he has 3 gunshot wounds, 1 on the back of the head, 1 on the chest, and 1 on the back of the shoulder. And she said, and he asked where they were. She said, I had an entrance and an exit in the torso. I had an entrance and an exit in the head. And the one in the shoulder was just an entrance with a projectile recovered. They asked about tattoos. Yeah, I mean, honestly, on this, like, I mean, how do you argue with that? There's entrance wounds, there's exit wounds. There was no hemorrhaging on the other wounds, which shows that he was already dead when he was shot the other times. There's nothing you can really go to with that. So the error on the first autopsy report was all they could really point out, that there was an error. Let's see. Let's see. She says, should be an order of head to toe. I went over the indeterminate. Asked about the clothing. A lot of it was basically the same stuff that we just heard. So none of this was like shocking because we already have her deposition. And then he asked then in the deposition about, you don't test the clothing. She said, I do not. That's for the crime lab or someone else to do. He said, you didn't test the back of the seat of the car. Obviously, that's not the medical examiner's job. He asked how she learned that Zach was sitting in the front seat, in the front passenger seat. And she said she doesn't remember. She thinks it was the police that told her. I almost just exited out of all this on accident. I just ended everything. I think the other medical examiner for Juby's autopsy. Something that's odd too in the deposition. He referred to them as the alleged victims.
I understand you went over the photographs for the next witness, is that right?
Yes, I did, and I put a tab, not numbered. I put a tab on the ones that I object to. And I also renew my objection. And
this witness since there's no legal ID on the other victim.
I don't know what the evidence is yet regarding that, and I understand your objection. Yes, sir. But the witness here will have witness testify. Regarding these pictures, I take it you are Dr. Saunders, is it?
Solder.
Saunders. Well, I don't think I've mentioned before, but these are certain photographs that the state intends to use. Some of them are objected to by the defense. And I guess what I'm trying to ascertain from these photographs is which ones that you need to basically explain your testimony. And if there's photos that are duplicates in there, if you don't need both photos, you know, we'd like to get rid of the duplicates if you can, and we'd like to use the least gruesome photographs and basically go from there. So the first tab on it, because I'd like to talk about the ones that are objected to.
So that's where it's needed with that, it's different to ones that they are objecting to.
Okay.
So what is that a photograph of?
It's a photo of the body bag that's with a seal to make sure that it hasn't been tampered since the body was bagged at the hospital.
I didn't object to that.
It's got a tab on it.
Oh, I did? Okay. I withdraw that objection.
This one is a photo of his hand, and it shows the wound on the lateral aspect of his thumb.
I think there's another photograph of that.
You're saying it's a duplicate?
It's a different angle.
But both those photographs reflect an injury to, a single injury to a hand, correct?
Correct. I can use the one that's not objected to,
Is it, there's these two, which one's better?
the one with the better lighting.
And what about, and get rid of them being duplicitous?
Yes.
So we're trying to just make sure we're not duplicating it, but the photograph that I see that you're holding up shows an injury and a wound to the
Thumb.
thumb. And, but it's not, I mean, there's a wound there, I don't know how you describe it, but it's not a gruesome photograph or anything like that. It's not, this is an external photograph.
Correct.
And so for the record, this is also post-cleaning of the body.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Do you want to come up here so you can see?
Post cleaning of the body is what she said.
Okay.
So the objection though is overruled. I'll allow one of the photographs in.
This is a photo, that's not it. This one is showing the abrasions, which are wounds to the lower lip.
And there's any duplicates of that?
No.
And what's the objection?
It has nothing to do with the homicide.
He's got abrasions.
He has abrasions.
That's why the abrasions are.
The point is to document all the injuries during the autopsy, so.
Okay, objection notice overruled. It's not a gruesome photograph, not.
And then this is a photograph of the previous hand wound, but with the label that goes with the report.
Do you need both of them?
No,
So if you ever choose the one with the label on it?
correct.
We're going to substitute one for the other, and previous picture is already deleted. Or removed from the package. There it is.
Sure, it's the same one. Yeah, it's the same.
The next one in the series is objected to, and is
two that are marked injury L on the photograph.
And so Dr. Shah, before you go any further, on the first photo, what is this showing?
This is showing the location further away from the body, and this is just a close-up image.
And why did you go?
This shows the skin tags. That gives you the idea of what direction that graze wound is from.
And the other one is for,
This one is just to show the relation of where it is, but you can't see the skin tags as close.
so it's orientation as to where it is on the body.
Correct.
And the objection is it's duplicate?
Yes.
All right, the objection notice overruled. This is not a gruesome photograph. It's
Those
the
are,
next one is objected to. And
they have photographs of injury labeled NOPQR in the other stack. That,
so this is a picture of all the injuries at the same place.
This is an orientation picture to show where they are in the back, and these are close-ups of the same injuries.
Thank you. The objection, again, the photograph's not gruesome. I mean,
but it's a duplicate.
it's a duplicate, but it doesn't, it shows where it is in relation to all the other
Yes.
injuries, and there's no duplicate of that picture, I think. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, so I'll allow it. Objection notice overruled.
This is a photo to show where in location on the body the projectile was recovered.
Is that to illustrate or explain your testimony?
Yes.
All right, is that the only one of the?
Of this gunshot wound, yes.
It's with the skin pulled back.
Correct.
Correct.
It's gruesome and I object to it.
I don't disagree that it has some, might be labeled as gruesome and concerning, that it shows the injury. It's the only one of its kind, as I am told. Is that correct, doctor? That's the only one you're displaying?
Yes.
Objection notice overruled.
This photograph is another depiction of a recovery of where the projectile was in location to the body.
And now, what is the difference between this picture and the one that was just last objected to?
This is a different projectile.
Different projectile, different injury.
Correct.
And how many photographs of this particular injury are in the packet?
This is the only one. I believe, yes.
So the objection is the same?
Yeah, gruesome and it's the interior part of the body with the skin pulled back.
It is to both of those counts, but it's the only picture of that injury. And it's consistent with her testimony of what the doctor had indicated. Objection notice overruled.
Yes, sir.
And so the close-up of that one will take it. Yeah, that's the projectile.
This is a projectile labeled in the envelope. This is a different injury, different projectile, and where it's located in the body.
Same objection.
And I understand the objection. Objection's overruled. It's a different injury, different projectiles with arm being pulled, and that's the only picture of this injury. Is that correct?
Correct. This is a picture of when we opened the body after the projectiles have been removed.
And basically,
What's the
the other injuries.
what's the purpose of having this?
It's part of the standard procedure of autopsy. I can testify without this one.
You testify without it, so it'll be deleted.
And
This one is showing a different projectile and where it's recovered in the body.
So it's a different injury, different projectile.
Correct.
same objection. It's the interior part of the body with the skin pulled back, correct? Very
Yes.
gruesome.
It is.
And so the court knows. In this case, as in the other autopsy, the fatal wound was the first wound to the neck or head area, correct? Or no?
All gunshot wounds are fatal.
And you're gonna testify that that is a fatal shot?
All gunshot wounds are fatal.
That's not my.
We're not
Yeah, I
doing
understand.
examination now. The question is, this is a different injury, a
This is a-
different,
Different injury, different projectile, in a different location.
your objection notice, and again, I understand it, as what you state accurately depicts the picture. There's some gruesomeness to it, it's an internal picture, but I'll allow the only picture of this particular injury.
Sir.
This is a picture of where this particular projectile is located. It's inside the body cavity.
And why do you need this particular?
This is just to show where I recovered the projectile, that it wasn't moved or it wasn't, handled. It's just where I found it during autopsy.
And this is from one of the previous wounds that you had, where it's located?
This is labeled, in my autopsy report, where I retrieved it from. And it's one that's labeled right lower chest.
And why, you just, all you need this for is to show the jury where the projectile was located?
Correct.
And what's the significance of it?
Just to show, I have to document where I recover all my projectiles from.
It's a different projectile than we previously shown.
Correct.
But you can testify to that without the picture, that it was located at a certain location in the interior of the body, correct, Doctor?
Yes.
Same objection.
Yeah, so why don't we do that? This is a particularly gruesome photograph. I don't know if this has any independent significance to illustrate your testimony. It was just found in a different location. So, I'm more than happy to revisit it if it becomes an issue, but at this time, let's just take it out.
Okay.
This is a picture showing where the projectile went through in the liver.
And this is one of the projectiles that you previously discussed.
Yes.
And so this is
This is to show the trajectory.
thank you. And your objection is?
Same objection.
Objection notice overruled. I know it's so gruesome that would influence the jury.
And this is a picture showing two different trajectories of where two different projectiles went through the heart.
And these, again, for fire injury that were depicted in other pictures, this is where they went through parts of the body.
Internal, yes.
Same objection?
Yes, sir.
It's overruled.
This is a picture of the brain showing the injuries that the projectile from the face and what it did to the brain.
And why is that?
Because the trajectory of where it hit in the brain was incapacitating.
And
Dr. Sumner, did that also show hemorrhage on the brain and on that wound?
Correct.
Is that then to be compared and contrasted with the other wounds that do not show hemorrhage?
Yes.
And that's the first shot, correct?
Yes.
I would renew my objection, as the doctor said, that's the fatal shot. And all of
I
this
said it
is.
was the first shot.
thank you. And in any event, I understand your objection.
Yes, sir.
You have opportunity for cross-examination. This is just this introduction of pictures, but you're telling me you need this to explain or illustrate your testimony, correct?
Correct.
All right, objection notice overruled.
So there's two photos here, if you pick one.
I can pick, this is just showing where the projectile is located, the one from the head. This is the base of the skull. This is showing where it's located. This is the same picture, except the juror matter has been removed, and then I put a probe in to show where I located it inside the base of the skull.
So those, regarding those two pictures and the previous one that I indicated I'd allow in of the, is that depict the same injury? If you go on a couple, the last one of the frames.
So in relation to this picture, it would have been located somewhere over here.
So why do you need all three of them?
I can testify without it.
So if you would pick one as to the best one to
Excuse
describe
me,
the
she said
injuries
you could
that they-
testify without it.
Doctor, I didn't understand that. When you say you can testify without, is that without two of the three or with the?
I can testify with this one, but then I would like to show this one to show where I retrieved the projectile, just like in the other ones inside the body.
And why is that important to show where the projectile is located?
To show that it didn't exit.
All right. And anything else? Good.
Same objection.
It's over. All right. Take that one out. Those are the photographs. So how many photographs are left now?
Once again, Your Honor. It started at 212, so then we were down to 57. So there should be 50 now.
How many?
50.
50?
50, yep.
I voiced my objection. I understand the court's ruling. I would also voice my objection to the testifying since there's been no legal ID. And if the court allows me, to have a standing objection, so I don't interrupt the witness, that's fine with me.
Standing objection with standing objection as to, I guess, the gruesomeness of the photos as well as the ID of the. And so you have a standing objection to both of those. And regarding the gruesomeness of the pictures, there's some photographs in there, that are gruesome, and but I don't think it's so inflammatory as to prejudice the jury.
I understand, and I would cite to the court the case that the state gave me, which is a fourth DCA case of Williams v. State, 70 Southern 3rd 726. That says they might be prohibited, but the gruesomeness of the photographs are so prejudicial that they should not be admitted in evidence.
Thank you. Your objection noted. All right, ready to proceed?
Yes, sir, we're just making sure that the digital versions comply with Your Honor's ruling.
So this is about the autopsy. The autopsy, remember how they said the cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds? So when she's saying that all of the wounds are considered fatal, there is one shot that killed him and the other ones came after he was dead. That's true. So it sounds like the defense attorney is wanting everything that happened after the kill shot to be taken out because it's not the cause of death. But according to the autopsy, it's multiple gunshot wounds. So this evidence is all about the cause of death being multiple gunshot wounds, even though there was one that actually killed him. Does that make sense? No, any of them couldn't have killed him because the first one is the only one that had hemorrhaging. The other ones did not have hemorrhaging, which means that those came after he was dead. So even though the autopsy says multiple gunshot wounds, there was one that was the kill wound. But it's like if you are like, we've seen autopsy before where it was multiple stab wounds. There's one that's the actual one that caused them to stop being alive, but you still see the other ones in the autopsy because it's all part of the cause of death. They've been saying the victims' names. He asked for them not to, but she said she was saying their names. See, they've learned their lesson on the hot mic moment, so now they have us muted. It is one of the many things that proves that the drive-by was staged. Yes, you are correct. Absolutely correct. Okay, this is incredibly morbid, but also, yes, correct. It's like saying that you were shot and killed, then after that they dismembered your body, but omit the fact that your body was dismembered because the shot killed you. That is incredibly morbid, but it is kind of an example of why they show everything, even the stuff after. Let's see. Yeah, they've muted us. They're on to us. Let's see. Rosie's daughter said, why is it important for the defense attorney to get the extra shots out? I think that he was saying that he didn't want all of the extra stuff because he said it's more prejudicial than probative. Having it in front of the jury, showing it, the worse it looks to the jury, the worse it could look for the defendant.
Stand for your honor.
That's right. Mr. Davidson, you're all set?
I think they will. They'll pull it all together.
I need to ask them. Did you put in any other pictures?
What?
Did you put in any other pictures that were true? Right.
Right. The jury's ready.
Are you going to number them on the desk like you did the other ones?
I can.
Well, you
don't know which one.
No, I understand that.
All right, bring him in.
Kathy. I got my crown, Kathy. I love this. I had it on yesterday.
Jury entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Demings, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, as well as the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, when we broke, the state was going to call our next witness. I take it this is your next witness, correct?
Yes, Dr. Adrian.
Madam, could you please stand, raise your right hand and be sworn?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Adrian Sauter.
Please spell your first and last name for the record.
Adrienne Sauter, Sauder.
Thank you.
Please be seated. After that microphone in front of you, we'll move up or down, right, but the judge does not adjust back and forth.
Okay.
You all set?
Yes.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Sauter. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Very well. Could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and tell them where you work?
I am an associate medical examiner at the Fort Pierce Medical Examiner's Office.
How long have you been an associate medical examiner there?
Since July 1st, 2019.
And in terms of prior to moving up to that office, where did you work?
I was a fellow at the Broward Medical Examiner's Office.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what types of training and education you had to become an associate medical examiner?
So I had to do a 4 years bachelor's, and I did that in liberal arts, which is philosophy, literature, and theology. I then did my pre-medical requirements at Creighton University in Nebraska and at the Pontifical Catholic University of Puerto Rico. I did a 2 years master's at the Ponce School of Medicine in Ponce, Puerto Rico. I then went to Mexico to the Autonomous University of Guadalajara to do med school. I then accepted a 4-year residency at Rutgers in Newark, New Jersey. And then I came down to Florida to do my 1-year fellowship training.
So in terms of your 4-year fellowship at Rutgers, what did that entail?
The 4-year residency is for general pathology.
And in terms of, at what point did you decide you were going to become a medical examiner?
Before I went to med school.
When you are in medical school, do you obtain and become a doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're as the pathology residency, what for those 4 years are you focusing on in most of your education and training at that point?
It's the study of disease and what's normal within the body.
And in terms of the number of autopsies that you do during your pathology 4-year residency, how many autopsies do you have performed?
In my residency, you have a requirement to do 50 autopsies.
Then would you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the fellowship part?
The fellowship part is a subspecialty in pathology, and it deals with forensics, which is the study of how trauma affects the body, and your main job is determine cause and manner of death.
Okay, and so Dr. Sauter, how long were you a fellow with the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office?
I started there on July 1st, 2018, and I finished June 30th, 2019.
From July 1st to 2018 through the end of June 2019, how many autopsies were you involved?
Approximately 200.
In your total careers as a forensic pathologist, approximately how many autopsies have you done?
Approximately 1,200.
For coming into court, have you had the opportunity to come to court before and testify as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes,
And how many times is that?
this would be my 5th time.
The training and education that you have in terms of the medical school components, is that similar to any medical school in the United States?
Yes, so after I completed my years in Mexico, I did a pre-internship year at New York Medical College, which is in Valhalla, New York.
And what did you do during that pre-internship?
I rotated through the different specialties in medicine, including internal medicine, psychiatry, OBGYN, and family medicine, pediatrics.
And in terms of determining cause and manner of death, is that something you do on a daily basis?
Yes,
What percentage of your daily work tasks involve performing autopsies?
I would say every day I have an autopsy, I determine cause and manner.
Okay. Here at this time, state with tender to counsel for Paul Dyer on her expertise in forensic pathology.
No question.
Thank you. Proceed, counsel.
So we just heard from Dr. McDougall, so I'm not going to ask you to reiterate all the questions about the types of cause and manner on that. I'd like to go straight into the case that you are here on today. Doctor, did you have an opportunity to perform an autopsy under Broward Medical Examiner's case number 18-3119?
Yes.
And in terms of how did you get assigned to that particular case?
The pathologist who was assigned to do autopsies that day gave me the task of doing that autopsy.
And when that autopsy was presented to you, were there a series of photographs that were taken?
Yes,
Would those photographs assist in educating the jury and explaining their testimony?
absolutely.
Here at this time, the state is approaching with what's been previously shown to defense counsel and labeled as state's AAAA for identification purposes. Dr. Sauter, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes,
Did you have the opportunity to review them prior to coming into court today?
yes, I did.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the autopsy that was done under Broward Medical Examiner's case number 18-3119?
Yes,
Do they fairly and accurately depict the state and condition of the body as you found it?
yes,
Here at this time, the state would request to move the state's AAAA in as state 74-5.
Is there an objection?
Same objection as
Was
previously made.
Those roll call will be admitted.
States quadruple A, and mark states 75. It's a composite of 50 photos.
50 photos and 1 USB. Okay, so Dr. Sauter, I'm going to start with the photos and go in order. The Broward County Medical Examiner's Office, do they have an X-ray machine?
they have a full body x-ray machine called Lodos.
And what does that help you in this particular case with showing and illustrating?
It shows us if there's any retained projectiles in the body.
Showing you in photograph number 1, are there projectiles that were retained in the body of this individual?
Yes,
In terms of, can you point them out? And the screen in front of you is a touch screen, but it will not make any marks. And if you need me to move any of the image, please let me know.
so you see one in the head, right there. You see one in the chest here, 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 here. You see a fragment here, another projectile here. And if you move down, there's a, too far. There's a minute fragment right there.
Okay. So going on to the next photo, number 2, what view are we looking at in this image?
This is a lateral view, and it helps us pinpoint where exactly within the body cavities they are located.
Okay, and if you could show again to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where the projectiles are found on the lateral view.
So the one in the back of the head, right here near the axilla, here, 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 here. And I believe there's one, no. That's it.
Okay. Going on to the third photo, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo of a sealed body bag. So every autopsy bag gets sealed with a number. We then cut that seal and document the time it's cut so that it preserves the evidence within the body bag and makes sure there's been no tampering.
Was this body bag received with the seal intact to your office?
Yes. It also depicts the autopsy case number with the ruler.
And in terms of the autopsy case number, if you could read that for the record, please?
A18-3119.
Going on to the next photograph, what are we looking at here?
This is a clean headshot of our Mr. Christopher Thomas.
Okay, when you say clean, what does that mean?
This means that after we have documented opening the body bag, we take a series of photos that depict how the body is received, and they may be covered in blood. So after we clean the decedent, then we start documenting the photograph, start documenting injuries after they've been cleaned.
Okay. Going on to the next photograph in this series, what are we looking at in this image?
You're looking at one of the hands.
And is that now the same view of the right hand?
Correct.
And what are you showing here on the right hand?
I'm showing that there is no injuries to this hand.
What are we looking at in this next photo?
The hand, the
Okay.
palmar surface.
Moving on to the left hand in this next image. Could you show to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the injury on this particular photo?
So you see an injury to the lateral aspect of the thumb, right here.
When you say lateral, what does that mean then?
That means on the side.
Thank you. Okay, going on to the next image.
Here you see another injury on the palmar surface of the hand.
Okay. What are we looking at here in this photograph?
You're seeing a series of abrasions, which means scrapes to the upper and lower lips, right here.
In terms of the purpose of an autopsy, what are you trying to do?
We're trying to document the injuries we find on a body.
Are you able to place a time and date stamp to the second of when these injuries occurred?
No.
In terms of the images and the abrasions that are viewed here on the lower lip that you just pointed out, can you characterize if they are healing, if there are new, fresh, anything like that?
These look like they're new.
And what would you be able to say to base that opinion?
Because there's hemorrhage on them.
And hemorrhage is what?
Blood.
Going to the next photo here, what are we looking at?
This is a close-up image of the wound to the left cheek.
And the dark circle around it, what is that?
That's what we call an abrasion margin, and that abrasion margin has been dried, so it looks dark. You also see areas of little dots of abrasions right here, here, all over, and that's called stippling.
Okay, I think we have another picture we'll get to in a moment on that one. Going to what you have labeled as wound B. What is wound B depicted?
This is a defect to the thumb.
Can you tell on wound B if it is an entrance or an exit?
No, I cannot.
Why not?
Because I was informed
Objection.
Hearsay.
Hey, can I see several?
Sidebar, take a shot, do a squat. Yes, the jury is there. An update in Peterson trial. Court will end at 5 p.m. and they can view the password protected zip drive. The jury is still deliberating. Thank you for the update.
Detective Souter, based on your education, training, and experience, why is it difficult to determine an entrance or exit wound on a hand?
Because it fractures bone, and when bone is fractured, it can cause an exit or entrance injury. So it can deform the defect, and it would be hard to tell which one is entrance and which one is exit.
So in terms of on this particular wound, B, can you say if it is an entrance or an exit?
No.
Okay, going on to wound A. What does wound A show in this photo?
It shows the stippling and the defect to the left cheek.
And in terms of what is the wound path of wound A?
Sorry.
What is the wound path that was caused as a result of this gunshot wound?
So it's going from left to right, front to back, and upwards.
Okay. And in turn, on this photo, I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. Can you show some of the ladies and gentlemen, either with the red stick next to you or using the mouse, the different areas of stippling?
Stippling is all these little pinpoint abrasions you see around the wound, even up here, 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 and there.
And so, Dr. Sauter, in terms of the range on a wound with this type of stippling, do you have an opinion as to the distance or range that the firearm would have been?
I can give a range based on a textbook answer, because to get the specific range, you need the type of gun and the same type of ammunition that was used to cause this wound.
So based on your,
Checked on hearsay.
an expert needs a learned treatise.
Excuse me?
An expert can rely upon a learned treatise.
I don't want to discuss things in open court. Just come silent.
Sidebar, take a shot, do a squat. Take a shot. Happy anniversary to Casa Window and also happy birthday. Window. We are glad you're here. So glad you're here. If y'all don't follow her on YouTube, you need to. Her videos are hilarious. Her recaps of all things trial and true crime crack me up. Let's see. The judge said he doesn't want to discuss things in open court. The objection was hearsay, and the prosecutor said that the witness is allowed to use her learning, however she worded it, the stuff she learns from her, because she said she could use the textbook stuff. So she said she's allowed to use that, and he doesn't want to talk about it in open court, so he wanted to sidebar so they can decide whether or not she can give the range based on textbook. He does not want her to tell, the defense attorney does not want her to tell the range based on textbook.
Okay, Dr. Sauter, in terms of the exact distance that a firearm was from a entrance wound, can you do that without having the actual firearm?
No.
What types of distance determination can you make based on the pattern of stippling that you see here?
That it's anywhere from 3 to 18 and up to 36 inches.
So 3 to 36 inches.
Correct.
So in terms of the injuries that are associated with this wound track, What would they include?
So the injuries start with fractures to the zygomatic bone, which is your cheekbone. It then injures and perforates the dura, which is the covering of the brain. It then caused a subarachnoid hemorrhage, and it caused lacerations to the cerebellum, which is in charge of your posture and coordination. It also caused injuries to the midbrain, to the pons, and the medulla. And those parts of your brain are in charge of your circulation, your heart beating, and your breathing.
Okay. Did it also have an impact in the right occipital bone?
Yes.
Where is that?
The right occipital bone is the posterior part of the cranial fossa. So the latter part of when you open a brain, has 3 different compartments, and it's on the back of the right side of that compartment.
Dr. Sauter, would a demonstrative help in illustrating the approximate locations of wound A and the wound track?
Yes.
Showing defense counsel what's been labeled as ENEO 18-3119. So.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, the witness is going to be using a demonstrative to assist in explaining or illustrating her testimony. Remember that the testimony of the witness is the evidence. The demonstrative is not in evidence and it's not to be considered as evidence. And unless it's later received in evidence, it does not go back to the jury room with you during deliberations.
So Dr. Sauter, on the styrofoam replica head that you have in front of you, can you show the mark that you placed on that would be equivalent to the mark A on Christopher Thomas's face?
So the entrance wound would be approximately right here on the cheek.
And in terms of where the occipital bone, where you said that the impact or the terminal location of the bullet was, where would that be on that?
So in order to accurately depict that, you would have to open the brain. And if I don't do that, then approximately right here, but on the inside.
And so if you could just turn around and show that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and point down there. Okay. Moving on to the next photo, C. Does C line up with B? Is that the other side of the hand?
Yes.
Can you tell if this is an entrance or an exit wound?
No.
Same reasons as for B?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of wound D, what are we looking at here?
D is a defect to the D is the entrance wound to the medial lateral aspect, medial dorsal aspect of the left foot.
And if you could explain what dorsal means.
Posterior.
Okay. And how can you tell that D is an entrance wound?
Because of the characteristics of the wound and because it has an abrasion margin.
In terms of the order in which you label from A to D, are you suggesting in any way that that's the order the wounds were inflicted?
No.
How do you pick what letter is assigned to which wound?
So I try to go from head to toe when the decedent is on their back. And then I try to continue labeling them when we turn them over and go head to toe.
Okay. So going on to wound E, what is that?
That is the exit wound on the foot and, the exit wound.
And that matches or coincides with the same wound track as in wound D?
Yes.
On to wound F. What does that show?
F is an exit wound.
And how can you tell that F is an exit wound?
Because of the laceration.
And what is a laceration?
It is a cut.
Moving on to G. What wound does this depict?
G shows the entrance wound of the right arm.
In terms of G, is there any hemorrhage associated with this wound?
No.
What does that tell you as a forensic pathologist when you're looking at wound G?
That the heart was not beating at the time that this wound was inflicted.
Okay. Going on to H. What does that wound show?
H is a exit wound, and it shows that there is very little hemorrhage associated with that wound.
And now looking at I. What is that showing?
That's showing an entrance wound, and if you look close, you can see an area with black fibers that I collected and submitted as evidence. And it also shows an abrasion ring or collar, an abrasion around the wound with very little hemorrhage.
And again, what does that tell you as a forensic pathologist?
That the heart was not beating at the time that it was inflicted.
Okay, and so we're clear for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. H and I are on the same wound track.
Correct.
Going on to J. What does that show in this next photo?
J shows the exit wound by the axilla.
And J corresponds with wound G.
Correct.
That's the same wound track.
G is the entrance and J is the exit.
And in terms of on wound J, do you see signs of hemorrhage?
No.
Moving on to wound K. What does that show?
That shows an entrance wound to the right axilla.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is this penetrating or perforating?
This is penetrating.
And what does that mean?
That means that there is an entrance but not an exit.
Do J and K line up when the arm is in a downward position?
Yes, they could.
Moving on to wound L. What is depicted in this wound?
That shows a graze wound.
What is a graze wound?
That's a superficial wound that only injures the skin, and it's caused by a projectile.
And in terms of, can you tell any sort of directionality on this graze wound?
It goes from back to front based on the skin tags you see right here.
And what are the skin tags?
Those are just defects, and they point towards where the projectile went.
Okay. Would wound L have been fatal by itself?
No.
Going on to wound M. What are we looking at here?
This is a entrance wound to the thigh.
And were you able to determine if there is a corresponding exit wound?
Not at the time of the autopsy.
After the autopsy was completed, I'm showing you it's been already entered into evidence as State 8. Was this photo forwarded to your attention?
Yes.
And the unlabeled wound in State 8, what does that show?
That shows an exit wound.
And does that unlabeled exit wound, does that match up with the wound track of wound M?
Yes.
Okay, and so it's clear we're gonna publish States 8. And for States 8, were you able to zoom in and read the name on the hospital band?
Yes, it says Christopher Thomas.
Were those hospital photos available to you at the time of autopsy?
No.
Okay, back to, so we discussed M. Going on to the photo that we are looking at here. What is this depicting?
That shows a series of entrance wounds to the back and to the right arm.
In terms of the height and weight of the decedent, do you document that?
Yes.
And what was the height and weight of Mr. Thomas?
His height was 69 inches and his weight was 145 pounds.
And can you translate that into feet and inches?
I believe that's 5'9".
5 times 12 is 60 plus 9? Is that the math you just did in your head?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not the best at math.
So going on to what's been labeled as wound N. Where is that located on the body?
N is located on the left side of the back.
And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go forward to and kind of work backwards on these. So starting with this overall shot, Dr. Sutter, if you could explain the orientation on this shot, where the head is, where the feet are.
So the ruler points towards where the head is. So, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. The head is above the letters and the feet are below the letters.
So as it is currently situated on the screen, where would the decedent or victim's head be?
Above N, O, P, Q, and R.
Okay. So to work backwards as to wound R. Where is this wound?
That wound is on the right side of the back.
And is this a penetrating or perforating wound?
It's a penetrating wound.
And so to remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if it is penetrating, are you able to recover a projectile?
Yes.
So as to wound R, do you see evidence of hemorrhage?
The abrasion margin has no hemorrhage.
There's blood inside the center of that defect. Why?
Because when the blood vessels get ruptured, they will release whatever blood is inside them.
Does gravity still apply?
Yes.
So going backwards to wound Q. Was there any sign of hemorrhage on this wound?
There is no hemorrhage on the abrasion.
What does that tell you from both R and Q?
That the heart was not beating at the time these wounds were inflicted.
Going to wound P. Where is that wound?
P is located on the right side of the back.
And can you make any comments about the abrasion and the hemorrhage on wound P?
There is also a lack of hemorrhage on this wound.
Going back to O. What can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about O?
O is on the left side of the back, and there is very little hemorrhage around the abrasion margin.
Okay. And back to N. What can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about N?
N is on the left side of the back, and I also recovered some black fibers from it, and I submitted it as evidence.
Okay. And could you point to the fibers you're talking about?
Here, here,
Okay.
and here.
Okay, moving on to wound S. Where is wound S?
S is another graze wound, and that is located on the right buttock.
And can you determine a directionality from wound S?
No,
Why not?
because I could not see any skin tags left by the projectile.
Going on to the next photo here. What are we looking at this metal object there?
That is one of the recovered projectiles.
Did you collect that and label it?
Yes,
Was that submitted into evidence?
yes.
Moving on to the next projectile, where did you recover it from?
The right upper quadrant of the abdomen.
Is that the picture that we're looking at here on this one?
No,
Okay, so that other, to go back to the right upper quadrant of the abdomen, where was that found?
that corresponds to wound R.
So in
Sorry.
Sure.
All right, so you'll notice that there are more wounds in juvie, which is not surprising because there were shots that came from the back of the car and the side of the car when they stopped to stage, when whoever staged the drive-by. There were shots in the back, so there were
So Dr. Sauter, if you need to refresh your
more in
recollection
juvie than in
at any point, let me know. Have you memorized every single projectile and every single wound track they go through?
No.
Okay. With regards to going back, I'm going to go back to just the photo of the projectile on the one that's from the right chest. What wound path did that equate with? And if you need to look at your report, please let me know.
Can I look at my report, please? The projectile that corresponds to the right chest is the projectile from wound P.
Objection.
There's an objection pending. Council will get to reading from the report. So just read it to yourself. And then when you're done, you put your note down and just you can indicate if your memory is refreshed, you can answer the question, all right?
Okay.
So Dr. Sauter, after reviewing the report, are you able to tell the right chest which wound peak that came from?
From the entry of wound P.
So now going on to the right upper quadrant of the abdomen that's labeled as projectile 2. Do you recall where that particular projectile was recovered from?
I need to look at my report.
Please, if you would, refresh your recollection, look up once you are done.
That corresponds to the entry of labeled R.
So moving on, so in this particular photo here, what are we looking at?
That is one of the other projectiles that I recovered.
Is that next photo that we were looking at, projectile 3 from the left chest?
Yes.
Do you recall which projectile 3, which wound track it came from?
I would have to look at my report.
Please refresh your recollection if you need to. And once you're done, look up.
That corresponds to the entrance wound O.
Okay. Going on to the picture and next photo that we are looking at, what does this depict?
That is another projectile that I recovered from the axilla.
And what is the axilla?
That is the area near your armpit.
Okay. And is that the next photo, projectile number 4?
Yes.
And do you recall which wound path letter that corresponds to?
I would have to look at my report again.
If you need to refresh your recollection, please feel free to do so.
That corresponds to the entrance labeled N.
N is in Nancy.
Correct.
Okay. So moving on to the next projectile, number 5, from that says left axilla.
Yes.
And so which wound tract was this particular projectile recovered from?
I would have to look at my report again.
If you need to refresh your recollection, please feel free to do so.
That corresponds to the entrance wound labeled K.
Going on to the next projectile, number 6. The right lower chest on that. So before we get to that, I noticed on the envelopes that we're looking at, it says pathologist Rebecca McDougall. That's not you.
Yes.
Why does it say her name on there?
Because she was supervising me during the autopsy.
Okay, so going on to projectile number 5, right lower chest. Where was this projectile recovered from?
May I look at my report, please?
Please go to refresh your recollection. Whenever you're ready.
The entrance letter corresponds to Q.
Going on to the next photo, what are we looking at here?
You are looking at the liver with a rod to show that there are defects to the liver.
And the defects that are shown, what are they?
They correspond to the trajectory of one of the gunshot wounds.
And in terms of normal anatomical position, where is the liver found?
That is found on your right side of your abdomen.
Going on to the next photo here, let me turn that one. What are we looking at in this photo?
That is a photograph depicting the heart, and the rods are showing 2 defects to the heart.
And in terms of the hemorrhage on the heart, is that shown in this photo?
The hemorrhage is from the blood that was in the pericardium, which is the sac that contains the heart.
In terms of do you have an opinion as to whether or not the heart was beating when those projectiles made the defects to it?
No.
No, it wasn't beating, or no, you don't have an opinion?
No, it wasn't beating.
Okay. Going on to the foreign material, are these items you pointed out previously?
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at in this photo? And hold on, let me turn it for the, if you could explain what this is?
This is showing the brain and the extensive subarachnoid hemorrhage it has, and the lacerations that you can see to the right side of the cerebellum, which controls your balance, and also to the pons and the medulla and the midbrain.
So in terms of where we're looking right now, can you give me an orientation? Is this top, bottom?
This is the bottom side of the brain.
Okay. And for the head that you have in front of you, the styrofoam, could you show where on that how that would be oriented and put in the same position?
So you would have to, so it's upside down and turned around.
Okay.
So if you were to cut this open and hollow it out, you would just literally flip it back in like that. Cut this open and hollow it out.
So what are we looking at in this photo here?
That is the base of the skull.
And what has been done to get access to this part of the skull?
So I inserted a rod to show that the trajectory from the injury from the left cheek went all the way through and crossed into the right side of the cranial occipital bone.
And in terms of, is there evidence of hemorrhage along this wound tract?
Yes.
Would you have an opinion as to if the individual was alive or the heart was beating when this wound was inflicted?
Yes.
And what would that be?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
What would your opinion be?
So, my opinion is that at the time that this gunshot wound was inflicted, because of all the hemorrhage to the base of the brain, that this individual was alive.
Okay. Going on to projectile number 7. Where was this projectile recovered from?
On the right occipital bone.
Same from the picture we just looked at?
Correct.
Okay. Going on to these fragments here, where were these recovered from?
Can I look at my report again, please?
If you need to, please.
These fragments were collected with wound that, with the entrance wound from lettered R.
R, okay. So I want to go back for just a moment to what is under image DSC_5507, and that particular set of wounds. Dr. Sauter, after you completed the autopsy in this case, did you go and see the vehicle in which the decedent was riding?
I went to see the vehicle after this autopsy was signed up, yes.
Why did you do that?
Because it was a teaching opportunity.
And when you say a teaching opportunity, did you view the trajectory rods that were placed in the back of the seat?
Yes.
And then put them side by side so you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury were you able to correlate the wounds in through R with the trajectory rods in the back of the seat?
Objection, none, right.
Much come cycle.
Sidebar. Take a shot, do a squat. Sidebar, sidebar, sidebar. I think we have a bunch of new people to the trial. Because I see that there's a lot of questions on stuff. If y'all, I'll put them on my website today. All the charts that I did, I've got them on Twitter. If you follow me on Twitter, it's at Brandi in Church. But I'll put them on the website today, brandychurchwell.com. I'll put them under the charts thing. I'll put everything I've done so far. Because there's a lot of, there's a lot. And a lot of hours went into mapping it out. I'll put it on the website.
Dr. Sauter, in terms of a scene visit, why is that important to do?
To see if we can gather more information regarding our lateral and independent investigation.
Is that important for positioning of a body?
Objection leading.
Why is that important?
Because we would like to see in what position the body was at the time of death.
And in terms of, based on your scene visit in this case, are you able to determine what position the body was in?
Same objection.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I need a few minutes with the attorneys. Will you please down your notepads, please. Don't discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case. All right? No research. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped down. Counselor Manuel with defendant. So I sustain the objection initially sidebar. I don't know what we've done to be able to establish her to expertise. I don't know if this is something she's done in the past, is it something that she's taught in school or something along those lines, but I need more of a background to show qualifications, counsel.
Dr. Seller, in terms of your forensic pathology experience, is it important to go to a scene?
I went to many scenes during my fellowship, yes.
And can you explain to the court why you need to go to the scene and see the surroundings a body was in when it was deceased?
So that I can see the position, if I can see if the autopsy findings correspond to my findings, or the information I was given from the investigation, and things to that nature.
Based on the scene visit in this case, were you able to further your autopsy and your opinion as to what happened?
I had already established the cause and manner of death at the end of this autopsy, and the scene visit occurred months after I had finalized the case.
And in terms of the positioning of the body at the time that wounds N through R, are you able to render an opinion based on the defects in the car and the defects in the body?
Yes.
And what is that?
That the decedent was slouched over slightly, and they would match to the defects on his back.
And in terms of the opinion as to whether or not the decedent was alive at the time that wounds N through R are placed onto the body, does the scene visit help and assist you in an opinion on that?
Yes.
And how so?
So I can see that there was no hemorrhage on these wounds, and that I collected black foreign material from one of these wounds, and I submitted it as evidence.
Yeah, that would be the proper testimony the state would be eliciting in front of the jury.
May I ask a question, sir?
Yes.
Have you ever been declared an expert in the trajectory of bullets?
No.
I object.
So, counsel, did you take this witness's deposition?
Yes.
And was she tendered as an expert in any type of trajectory analysis?
No, she was not, nor did we get notice, I'm sorry, nor did we get any notice that she was. They do have an expert on trajectory that they listed 3 or 4 years later.
In any of the reports that you received, did you get any, was it contain any opinions by the doctor as to this type of testimony?
No, sir.
So, I guess I don't understand it. It's not something that's disclosed, it's done afterwards, after the autopsy was done. It doesn't concern the cause and manner of death. And there's
So,
no, I mean, I don't know how this is going to aid the jury, number one. And number two, it seems to me that if the expert's given an opinion, it should have been disclosed.
and Your Honor, this was disclosed, this was all provided to defense well in advance, all of this was done prior to the arrest of the
Can I
defendant?
stop you for a second?
Yes.
I thought Mr. Adelstein just told me it wasn't disclosed, he had no knowledge of it.
No, this is all predates the arrest of the defendant. They have copies of all of these images and photographs since they.
Understand the images and photographs that I have copies of, but was it disclosed to Mr. Adelstein or any of the defense counsel that the doctor was going to render an opinion on trajectory analysis, or where, how did?
She's not rendering an opinion on trajectory analysis, right? She's rendering an opinion on the defects in the body, that they are consistent with, and the material is consistent with the vehicle, which is why she went out and looked at the vehicle. She's not getting a trajectory on that.
That's not totally correct. Dr. McDougall took her out to the scene because this is one of 3 cases in her entire experience that she could determine which injury occurred first, which was a fatal injury of both. And it was a learning experience for her because she was merely a fellow under the supervision of Dr. McDougall, with all due respect.
So I guess, there's an objection to it, the testimony. And I guess my concern is twofold. Number one is that there's an objection based upon her background and expertise. Does it allow her to render an opinion as to this? That's part of it. And the other part is, to me, is Mr. Adelstein's telling me, this is something new to him and he's not aware of it. So is there anything in the doctor's report, any of the reports that were tendered over to the defense counsel that suggests the doctor can render some type of opinion like this, that the location of the wounds on the victim's back are consistent with the way they went through the seat in the automobile?
Yes, Your Honor, this was disclosed to defense from day one. These particular images are actually listed right next to one another in the arrest warrant, indicating that the witnesses had testified and had provided this witness because she did the autopsy of Christopher Thomas, that was the individual who went out to the scene, and that she has testified and presented to this court that this helped in corroborating and explaining her testimony, and that the scene visit helped in explaining her testimony and showing that the individual was already deceased when those particular bullet wounds went in. If Your Honor will recall, the co-defendant's statement was played in which it was supposedly a drive-by gone bad. That's already been put before the jury. This is going to a matter that is at issue of showing that this drive-by was completely staged. That he was already dead at the point when those wounds were put in.
Then back to you, Mr. Adelstein. I'm sorry, I thought you indicated on multiple occasions you haven't received any notice of this, and counsel suggesting you have. So
We have not received any notice that she was going to testify to anything other than manner and cause of death, which she has done.
So show me where you notified them, defense, that she was testifying to something other than manner and cause of death.
In terms of her expertise in the cause and manner of death, Your Honor, with regards to that, the initial arrest warrant, like I said, has both of these pictures on it next to one another, showing that they line
Is it
up.
something that says the doctor's going to testify to that effect?
It's something that was told to law enforcement by the medical examiner staff.
Is that somewhere in the reports?
And while they're looking for it, so the court knows, the trajectory expert was, we were put on notice approximately 3.5 to 4 years after this incident, after the autopsy, and after all of this.
So it's clear, she is not testifying on trajectory. She is testifying on the defects to the body, on that, and that the defects to the body are consistent with the defects to the back of the seat.
What does that have to do with manner and cause of death?
Showing that.
Listen, ma'am, I don't need any hand stick, all right? Purple shirt, I don't need anything, all right? You, yes, ma'am. I don't need you making hand gestures or anything, all right?
Showing that in terms of when these wounds were inflicted, the individual was already dead. That was slumped over, and there was no hemorrhage and things like that. It's the same that we've been talking about for the last hour, and it's up at this point.
Let me put my hands down. I'm scared now. I'm scared to move my hands.
guess it's coming down to me, is there anything in the autopsy report that suggests that this testimony is forthcoming, or anything in her deposition that suggests this testimony is forthcoming?
I don't believe a copy of her deposition was ever ordered on that. And in terms of specifically in the deposition, counsel, in terms of, and I have notes to this effect, had discussions and asked questions about contact with Christopher Williams and his analysis that was done. He is the one that did the trajectory analysis on that, and they talked about the ballistic reports on that, and the date of her depo was February 24th of 2022. Also, talked about the scene visit and observing the vehicle with the rods inside the vehicle at that point. And that she testified in her depo that the pattern on the back matches the car.
So you're saying it's in the deposition?
It is.
Thank you. And your dispute that I take, Mr. Davidson?
I don't have any recollection of that. And even if it was there, she's not an expert. And it was Dr. McDougall who took her out there to show her. This is a rare situation which I can determine what was the first shot, which was the fatal shot on both of the victims. That was it.
You all done?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Objection notice overruled. I'll let her testify. All right, can we bring the jury back up?
Yes, sir.
I'm scared to move my hands. I don't want to get in trouble now. This is the first day that the judge has really overruled that many of defense's objections. Of course, he's made the right decision on them, like with, the pictures and victims' names and all that. But I'm literally holding my hands down here like I just got in trouble. I didn't. I can move my hands. Judge is over it. Still no verdict in Peterson trial. He reminds me of the
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Eggleston.
Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Jamell, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, and our witness. Dr. Sauer, names off the stand. Counsel, please continue.
he reminds me of the dad on
Dr.
Step Brother.
Sauer, we were talking about the viewing of these two photographs. The image on the left is what?
The image on the left are the entrance wounds to the back.
And the picture on the right, what does that depict?
Those are trajectory rods in the back seat of a car.
Did you place the trajectory rods in that car?
No.
Did you go out and visit that car after rods had been placed in it at a later date?
Yes.
Based on your training and education, can you make any opinion as to the defects that are on the body and the images and the rods in the car?
Objection.
Sustained.
So Dr. Sauer, in terms of the defects on the body, are they consistent with the defects in the car?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
So in terms of the other evidence that you collected, you mentioned that there was foreign material from the left side of the back and the torso.
Correct.
Prior to coming into court today, you had the opportunity to review the items of evidence and what's been marked as state quadruple C for identification purposes?
Yes.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered them?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move state quadruple C in as state 76.
Any objection?
1 through.
State's quadruple C.
Hold on.
No,
And your objection?
no, sir.
No objection. They'll be admitted.
So wild.
State's quadruple C to New York State 76.
Okay, Dr. Sauter, in terms of was toxicology done on Mr. Thomas?
Yes, it was.
And were you able to provided information as to what the results of that were?
Yes.
And what were the results of the toxicology for Mr. Thomas?
He had cannabinoids in his system, which is just another word for marijuana.
Can you tell in terms of time since ingestion?
No.
Can you tell the amount that was ingested?
No.
And did you come into an opinion as to the cause of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Man,
Oh, gosh.
Grace, go ahead.
Keep your hands to yourself.
doctor, at the time you performed the autopsy, I believe you were a fellow at the Broward Medical Examiner's Office. Is that correct?
Yes.
That means you were working under the supervision of either the medical examiner or an associate medical examiner was reviewing your work, correct?
I was under the supervision of the associate or the chief.
Okay, and in this case, it was Dr. McDougall, correct?
Correct.
Now, all of these injuries that you've described were either intermediate or indeterminate,
Correct.
correct? That means that, well, first of all, do you know how many shooters were involved in this case?
No.
Do you know the weapon that was used in this case?
No.
You can't place the shooter or shooters when these injuries occurred, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that you did an external examination, and you said the individual was 5'7"?
I believe I said 5'9".
Excuse me, 5'9". And he weighed 145 pounds,
Correct.
and he had dreadlocks, correct?
Yes.
Now, did you cut his hair before you did the complete autopsy?
I did not cut his hair.
Okay. Do you know if anyone examined those dreadlocks to determine if there was any stippling, gunpowder, or anything?
No.
on it? Did you examine his clothes?
He came unclothed to our office.
I believe Detective Moretti was present, wasn't he?
I don't remember if Detective Moretti was there. I know that Detective Tomlin was there because I handed him my chain of custody for the evidence.
Okay. And you know that Detective Moretti is the lead detective.
That's what I was told, yes.
You also know that it's important to examine the clothes of the decedent to determine possibly the range of the shooter or shooters, correct?
In the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office, our decedents are usually received unclothed.
Okay. But you know from your experience that the clothes are an important factor in the investigation, correct?
Yes.
You also know that especially someone who has long hair, unfortunately I have no hair, but you know that someone who has long hair could give evidence as to the location of the shooter or shooters, distance-wise, because that collects stippling, gunpowder, etc.
Sustain, rephrase, break it down.
I certainly will. You know that long hair can collect gunpowder residue.
Oh,
Yes, that's possible.
And you know that this individual had long hair, in fact, dreadlocks, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if any detective or any crime scene investigator collected that evidence?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know why?
Nope.
So you don't know the distance of the shooter or shooters, correct?
Correct.
You don't know, the gun or guns that were used, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if the clothing was collected and examined,
That's not part of my job.
and you don't know if the hair or the dreadlocks were examined by anybody from either the Miramar Police Department or the Broward Sheriff's Office. correct?
That's correct.
Now, you prepared a report, correct?
Yes,
That was in 2018 or 19, was it?
I believe,
You can look at your report to get the date.
They bring up the time frame a lot.
I completed and signed the report January 24th of 2019.
Now, you learned, did you not, approximately 3 years later, you had made a mistake in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you learned that.
That was really condescending.
And Dr. McDougal had to prepare another report for you.
She
Correct?
amended the report. That's-
Amended the report for you,
Yes,
3 years later.
yes, because I no longer worked there anymore.
And you're aware, are you not? In order to place the shooter or shooters when this individual received all those injuries, that you need the same gun, correct?
Yes,
You need the same ammunition, correct? You need to look at the clothes and the hair and the stippling or the gunshot residue.
other people do that, yes.
Yes, but you know that's,
Yes,
Necessary.
that's trained.
okay.
Got his
And-
Frankie pants on.
Dr. McDougal indicated that she took you out to look at the car as a learning experience. Was
Yes,
that correct?
yes,
And that learning experience was because in all of her autopsies, which I think she said were in the thousands, and at that time, you had performed how many autopsies?
you would have to go back to the Broward County office and get those numbers.
But you were being supervised by Dr. McDougal.
Yes,
Okay. She took you out there as a learning experience because in all of her career, it's very unusual to determine what is shot, the first shot to an individual versus the second, third, fourth, or fifth shot, correct?
correct.
And she took you out there to show you that the first shot on the individual you did the autopsy was the fatal shot to the head, I think you said, or the neck. Cheek, excuse me, was the fatal shot, correct?
Yes,
Which means that the person, when the other shots occurred, was dead, correct?
can you repeat that again, please?
The first shot to the cheek was the fatal shot.
Yes,
That killed him, correct?
yes,
The other shots that you described, and we saw photographs of, occurred after the death because there was no bleeding or hemorrhage, correct?
Correct.
And that was the reason why Dr. McDougall took you out there, because in her career, it was so unusual to say, this is shot number one, the first shot that occurred, right?
Yes.
Can I have a moment?
Yes, sir.
Lots to say, I'm finished.
Thank you, sir. Madam, do you have any redirect?
Yes, just briefly. On wound B. Is there some evidence of hemorrhage on wound B?
No.
In terms of indeterminate range, what does that mean?
That means that I can't tell because there's the absence of a muzzle imprint or stippling.
And what does intermediate range mean?
That means that there is stippling around the wound.
And is there a range in which you would call a wound intermediate in distance?
Intermediate would be when I have stippling, and that could be anywhere from 3 to 36 inches.
No further questions, sir.
One question?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any evidence to indicate this young man was involved in this?
Stay. This witness excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Step down. Excused, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the adjourn for the evening. Keep your notepads on your chairs. We'll see everybody back tomorrow at 9. Remember the admonition, you are not to discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case or allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, certainly no research. Have a good night. See you tomorrow at 9. Thank you.
Look, I was literally just petting Lucy, and I was like, oh my God, I need to put my arms down.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant. Anything to discuss?
The temperature's workable now. It only took
What are you doing?
till 3:34 o'clock, but I thank the court.
You complain too much.
I know.
We're going back and forth. But I gotta tell you, you're always right with the temperature. They can't get it straight. Madam State, who's your witness for tomorrow?
I'm gonna double check and make sure that they're available on them. I believe it would be Christopher Williams.
And how long do you anticipate this testimony?
2 days.
All right, we'll see Mr. Williams tomorrow. Anything to discuss, Ms. Brandi?
No.
Anything to discuss, counsel?
No, sir.
All right, see you all tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Wow. So that was interesting. What is your problem? What? Lucy's like, doing circles and stuff on my lap. Goodness gracious. Thank you, Frenchie Mom. I appreciate it. What a day. Thank you, Nurse for God. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Thank you, Lady in Gray. I appreciate it. Y'all are very generous. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Thank you. Tomorrow, it will be Christopher Williams, who will be on the stand, and they expect him to be on the stand for 2 days, she said. Wow. Okay, so a couple things. I think they actually tried to block him. Let me pull my court papers. I mean, they tried to block everybody. There's papers in here literally trying to exclude like everybody. Let's look at it real quick so we can be prepared for tomorrow before I finish making this chart stuff. Oh my gosh, my stomach's growling. I just realized that I forgot to eat during lunch. Lucy, bro, you're driving me nuts. Here, get down. Okay, let's pull it up. I'm pretty sure. State death penalty. Dang, I thought unless I'm crazy. Oh, here's the one for Frederick Givens. Fredo Bang. Oh, here we go. File order denying defendant's motion. Let's pull this up. Let's zoom in. And let's take a look. Okay, so this is Christopher Williams is going to be on the stand for 2 days. So this is what this says about that. This is the they denied the motion for this is the denial of the motion. Okay, so they filed a motion. The defense filed a motion to preclude expert testimony from Detective Christopher Williams. Detective Williams has had significant training. Let me see if I could just read this through here. Yeah, I can if I make this huge. Okay, Detective Williams has had significant training and experience in the areas of trigonometry, geometry, and calculus. He has taken class on shooting reconstruction, which he learned how to calculate the angle of shooting based on the height of projectile marks. These calculations involve principles of trigonometry. Detective Williams has taken a class on bloodstain analysis as well as a class on crime scene reconstruction of a shooting incident. The class included lessons on different ways to obtain an angle or reconstruction. He has read scholarly articles and textbooks on shooting reconstruction. The known error rate of shooting reconstruction is up to 5%. Shooting reconstruction calculations using trajectory rods are repeatable. He does the reconstructions approximately 50 times a year and has previously testified in court, regularly attends classes. He also gets in-house training from his supervisors. His supervisor reviews and signs off on his reports. Okay, so here's this is why this is going to be 2 days. Okay, so in conducting his shooting reconstruction analysis, Detective Williams observed, oh gosh, the cross-examination on this is already giving me anxiety. Like he's going to have his cranky pants on again. All right, let's see. The Detective Williams observed the blowback of blood and used trajectory rods, which were entered into each defect or hole and led to the end of the I can't say the word, caused by the projectile. He measured the height of the strike mark, the height of the tip of the dowel rod, and the length of the dowel rod to calculate an angle. He took the defendant and co-defendant, Cortland Henry's, measurements and used them in his calculations. He also uses powder tattooing analysis in shooting scene investigations. He compares his observations with a training book that shows what gunpowder stippling for shots from various distances look like. Any difference between gunpowder stippling recreation and the index of Detective Williams' training books are nominal. Said that he revised his initial opinion about who was more likely to have fired the shots outside of the car. So all of this is about firing the shots outside of the car. He said this was because he realized after his first deposition that he had used total height instead of shooting height in his calculations. Detective Williams determined that this shooting was not a drive-by shooting because the vehicle did not have any tears. He found straight-on approach angles, which are not indicative of a drive-by shooting. On cross-examination, okay, that's a huge part. This is another one of those moments where I'm like, if you still think this is a drive-by, then just rewind this 15 seconds and listen to this again. This is another one of the things. There's no chance in Florida that this was a drive-by. He says that the trajectory, or the bullets, when they hit the car, there's no tears. It's like if a car is in motion and a bullet hits it, it's going to have a tear. If it's stopped and a bullet hits it, it's just going to go straight through. So, he's going to testify to all of that as well. He found straight-on approach angles, which are not indicative of a drive-by shooting. On cross-examination, Detective Williams was questioned about inconsistencies between his testimony at the Daubert hearing and his deposition testimony. Detective Williams explained that in order to gain the same downward angle, the shorter person would need to be closer to the car than the taller person, and he misspoke during his deposition when he said that the taller person would need to be closer to the car. He misspoke. Oh my God. How many times did I misspeak yesterday? How many times did I tell y'all different times that I told y'all we were coming back for lunch? So I can't judge him for that. He determined that I'm doing jazz hands. I'm not even meaning to. No hand motions. Detective Williams determined that it was more likely the defendant fired the shots. It was more likely that defendant fired the shots than the co-defendant fired the shots based on an analysis of all sites of perforation and not just any one site. Okay, so remember the whole thing where our friend who had the accent, I cannot remember his name, he got up there and he testified a whole bunch of different things. But then our friend, the defense attorney, Mr. Howard, got up there and they were not friends. and he kind of ignored all the other stuff from his testimony, but he picked out the one thing about the, him giving a rough estimate of the height of the shooter outside. So him giving that was only a small part of his testimony. He had all kinds of other things about like the clothes and the pictures and all kinds of things. That was ignored because the only thing they focused on was the height of the shooter, right? In the cross-examination anyway. And we saw how that went. So this guy is not just doing the rods and what did Mr. Howard call it? The string and bubble gum or whatever he called it. He's not just doing that. There's a lot that goes into recreating these. So I'll be curious to see how this goes. I have a feeling that it is going to get tense again. Let's see. So they are saying that Detective Williams is saying that based on all of his stuff, that he believes that the outside shots were fired by Melly, and last I'm okay. Okay, so here's the thing about this. It's not. We know that the outside shots were not the kill shots. We learned that through the medical examiner stuff. But the thing about showing that Melly is more likely to have fired the outside shots is showing that Melly, if this testimony, makes the jury believe that, he knows what he's talking about and all of this is right, it basically shows that Melly would have been there after this happened. Does that make sense? So if they're showing that, so let's say that all of this testimony happens and the jury is like, oh, I bet Melly did fire them. Okay, well, that doesn't mean that he fired the kill shots, but it means that he was there. Yes, the door was open. Yes, it was. It was open. It was open. The bullet went straight into the door jamb. Let's see. Yes, our mods are rocking it. Love them. It does matter who fired the outside shots for the reason I just said. Let's see. Correct. The car was stopped. The shooter car pulled up and stopped. Also, drive-by means that someone was in a car not moving. The car was stopped. This is going to be interesting to see. I hope that he did some kind of reconstruction stuff too to address the drive-by thing as opposed to standing there. Other than, obviously, they weren't driving because there's no tears. I get that. But as far as the height and stuff, I'll be curious to see if he has anything to say about that. I would like to hear that as well. Let's see. Mike Barbie, that's an interesting theory, but I want to hear what they have to say. There's so much that goes into the recreating this. I want to know why they think that it was Melly instead of Portland, because I'm not convinced yet. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I want to hear why they think it was. What's their reasoning? I love hearing all that stuff. What? Give me the stuff you're, give me all the info. I like to hear it. See if you can convince me. Let's see. Yes, the distance the shells were found show it's stationary. Yeah, I'm excited about it's going to be, now there's going to be objection after objection after objection and sidebars. So let's be prepared for that. But I love hearing let's get rid of that one for good. Thank you. Alrighty. Yeah, the defense filed a motion to exclude his testimony. So, and then this is the stuff that they went over as to why they denied that motion, and they are going to allow it in. Let's see. He also, this was the other thing. He determined that the shooter was in the back seat behind the driver and did not shoot the victim from outside the car based on the absence of blowback or blood splatter on the rear driver's seat. Lack of blood splatter. These are all things that we've already kind of talked about. This was lack of blood splatter on the seat indicates the blood landed on someone who was seated in the rear driver's seat at the time of the shooting. So that's where the blood splatter stuff comes in. We'll hear that. And then this was not an assumption based on someone else's theory. Detective Williams also determined that Christopher Thomas was shot from inside the car based on the singeing of the bullet wound to his cheek. Oh, gosh, that's sad. Based on the stippling and singe on Thomas's cheek and based on the almost circular formation of the strike mark on his cheek, Detective Williams determined that the firearm was shot from no more than 8 inches from his face. Let's see. Any discrepancies may provide fertile ground for cross-examination, but should not serve as the basis for being stricken. Let's see. Defendant extensively cross-examined Detective Williams about his failure to consider alternative scenarios, such as a shooter outside the car leaning into the rear driver's side of the car. Okay, so this is one of the things, too. I want to hear about any of the other theories. How can they rule anything out? Like, this is, for all of the theories that we've been hearing about, well, it could have been this, it could have been this. I am excited to see this testimony because I want to know, are there any of those theories that we could rule out after this? Are there any that we, that are still on the table? I feel like this could answer a lot of questions. So it will be a whole bunch of objections and sidebars, but it'll be a whole bunch of information too. So we have 2 more days of court this week. So if he's supposed to be on the stand for 2 days, then let's just go ahead with sidebars. Let's just go ahead and plan for 4 weeks, 6 weeks. What are we thinking here? Forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Alrighty. I am, are they still in verdict watch? Let's see. Oh, what was it? Where's Marie? What was the sidebar count? Marie Moss, what was our final sidebar count? Did anything feisty happen today? Well, Mr. Adelstein, whatever his name is, had his cranky pants on today. He was not a happy camper, so it got a little feisty. Let's see. Felicia says defense is getting ready to discredit this witness. They attempt to do that with every single witness. So that is to be expected. We've unpacked. We live here now. That is correct. Oh, eight sidebars today. How many of y'all think we're going to have tomorrow? A million. A million. A million. So many. So many sidebars the next 2 days. Let's see. I still think it would go to February 2024. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Court is done for the day. They let them go a little bit early. I think the judge was over it for the day. They didn't have time to start on the new one anyway. Let's see. When is the last day of trial? We are thinking maybe sometime next year. The way it's going. Oh, let's see. Let's see. I think the judge is definitely getting fed up. For sure. All right, let me see. If you're missing out on anything or if you miss anything, I spend a lot of extra time kind of condensing everything and mapping it out. So any of the stuff that y'all miss, and I need to make a note. I'll try to put everything on the website tonight. But anything that y'all miss, there's pretty much charts for just about all of it. So the plan for tonight, I was joking. I was joking. Let's see. But was I? Was I? Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, they have right now, as of now, or well, I say as of now, as of the last time I checked, they had the docket through August 3rd. I'm assuming they haven't added anything on there yet. They're probably still, maybe still hopeful. But who knows? I guess we'll find out. All right. The plan for now is, if I can get this. I thought I just ruined everything I had just done. I'm trying to pull. Oh. That's not it. Oh, wait. Here we go. Here we go. What's today? 27th. Okay. I think I've got this. I probably did it wrong, but we're about to give it a go. All right. So, let's see. That is correct, Angie Burr. I want a fair trial, whatever it takes to get a fair trial. Yes, motion to exclude the witness was denied. All right, so here's our plan for the moment. I am going to jump off of here. We are in verdict watch for the Peterson trial, so we're going to do an RA raid. We're going to jump over there and see if we can catch the last few minutes of them watching for the trial and see what's going on. I am going to be finishing up the oh no, he's done. He was live a second ago. I was trying to dump everybody over into him. I was almost done with the self-report testimonies from yesterday, so I'm going to finish that up tonight, and then we will start back tomorrow morning. They are starting at 9 a.m., so we will start. Dang it! I went through all that trouble to try to figure out how to dump everything over there, and I missed it. We are going to start tomorrow, same time, about 8:45. And now I have to undo what I just did. All right. I will have the cell phone stuff finished, and I will try to get everything onto the website tonight, onto the Churchwell chart stuff, brandychurchwell.com. There's a section for each of all the charts I do and stuff. I'll make one for the Melly trial. So I appreciate it. Please hit the like button. It helps out with all of my everything, with all of my everything. We've still got 714 in here right now, and we've still only got 423 likes. So please hit the like button. It helps me out. I appreciate y'all, and I will see you in the morning. Today's Tuesday, isn't it? So no night court tonight. So I will see y'all in the morning, 8:45, 7:45 Central. All right, see y'all then. Bye.